have no labor update at this point. Anybody wants a labor update will have to go next door and where everybody is in the arbitration. So, beyond that, we have no labor update. So we're going into closed session. We'll return at 1:30. Good afternoon. I'd like to call the San Jose City Council meeting to order for May 7th, 2013. We'll start with an invocation. Councilmember Campos will introduce our invocator.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. We have the special privilege to have with us today members from the Mahavairokkana Buddhist Temple, which is located in District 5. The Mahavairokkana Buddhist Temple was established in 2000 with the purpose of creating a place for everyone to develop their spiritual transformation to obtain a more inner peace. The temple has many members throughout all 50 states in our nation. They have weekly teachings and praying along with special events such as the Buddha birthday event in May and the Parent Appreciation event in August each year, which is held at Mount Pleasant High School. Joining us today from the Mahavairokkana Buddhist Temple is Abot Tik Tong Dat. Abot joined the Buddhist monkhood when he was a child in Vietnam. He studied both Vietnamese and Tibetan Buddhism. Also joining us is Kwa Lee. Kwa has been a Mahavairokkana Buddhist temple member since 2003 and currently serves as the temple's treasurer. With that, let us give our full attention to Abot Tik Tong Dat and Kwa Lee as they lead us in a special prayer. Thank you.
Tathayata gate gate barasam gate bodhi saha Tajatha om gate gate barasam gate bodhi saha Tajatha om gate gate barasam gate bodhi saha. Nguyện ngày an lành, đêm ngày 6 thời đều an lành, tất cả các thời đều an lành, xin nguyện các đấng từ bi thường gia hộ. Nam mô Tiêu Tai Giảng Kiết Tường Bồ Tát. Nam mô Tiêu Tai Giảng Kiết Tường Bồ Tát. Nam mô Tiêu Tai Giảng Kiết Tường Bồ Tát.
May there be a peaceful day and a peaceful night. Day or night, they're always peaceful and prosperous. Every time of days or night, there are peace and happiness. We pray for the manifold blessing of the calamity and everything. Propitiation bringing Bodhisattva.
Nguyện đếm lời cầu nguyện hôm nay hướng đến tất cả cha mẹ, anh chị em, bạn và các bạn, quận hạt Santa Clara, thành phố San Jose cùng khắp quốc gia Hiệp Chủng Quốc và toàn thế giới của chúng ta sống trong an bình, thịnh vượng, phát triển dưới ánh sáng từ bi trí tuệ của chư Phật. Cảm ơn nhiều.
Let the prayer today bring forward to bless all the parents, brothers, sisters, friends, citizens of Santa Clara County, San Jose City, our national United States of America, and everyone in the world living in peace, prosperity, and health, in the light of compassion and wisdom of the enlightened Buddha. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate the invitation. Our next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. Here we're going to be helped with the Pledge of Allegiance by San Jose Christian School third graders. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America Thank you, third graders. First item of business are the orders of the day. Item 5.1, which are actions related to adjustment to parkland fees, should be deferred for a week to May 14th. Any other changes to the printed agenda? We have a motion to approve orders of the day. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Those are approved. Closed session report. City Attorney.
There is no closed session report.
Move to the ceremonial items in. I'd like to start by inviting Councilmember Chu to join me at the podium as we present a proclamation declaring the month of May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank my colleagues and the Mayor in joining me to proclaim May as an Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Asian Pacific American Heritage Month is recognized throughout our nations to celebrate the culture, the traditions, history, and accomplishments of Asian Pacific Americans in the United States. Asian Pacific Americans have achieved an exceptional success in bettering the community through their hard work, talent, and cultures. They have also accomplished in reinforcing their values and commitment to family and the community, and bringing in their intellectual, economics, and connections to benefit our nation. Here in San Jose, we are known for our cultural diversity, which makes us unique from other areas in California. Located in District 4, where Hambong Institute is a family-operated and community-based organization founded in 1975 with a mission to help students cultivate oneself in order to become well-rounded, responsible citizens of our society. Under the direction of Grandmaster Kui Fan, and the Hambong Institute foster a philosophy which emphasizes the balance between martial arts, academics, and leadership and ethics. Hambong Institute offers a martial arts program, and after-school program, and summer program. They have performed in many Vietnamese Tet or Lunar Festival, where they participated in Taekwondo tournaments. Hambong Institute has also organized memorial ceremonies commending King Hambong, a national hero and the first king of Vietnam. I'm happy to have the following member of Hambong Institute here to accept the proclamation on behalf of the Asian American community. We have founder Grandmaster King Kui Fan and Director Master Cassidy Yang. So, Mayor, would you please do the honor? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Since 1975, founder Kui Hui Pham has envisioned a place for preparing the youth for the future. In martial arts education and in teaching critical life skills, we hope to provide the children of our community a place where they can nurture their mind, body, and spirit for the betterment of society. On behalf of the parents and children of Hung Vuong Institute, we thank you for today's proclamation and acknowledgement of our efforts. Thank you.
Now I'd like to invite Councilmember Herrera to join me at the podium as we present a proclamation declaring the month of May as Jewish American Heritage Month in the city of San Jose. we'll be joined by some members of the Jewish community.
Thank you, Mayor. We just had a wonderful ceremony outside prior to the council meeting. And I just want to acknowledge Yavna Day School that's coming up. They also helped us with our Pledge of Allegiance, Yavna Day School. You can clap for them. Young people who made a sacrifice leaving school to be here today with us, but they're learning about their local government. Other folks that have joined us here, we have representatives from the Jewish Federation of Silicon Valley, Jill German, who's a CEO, Diane Fisher, Community Relations Council Director, Jeff Cannell, Chair of the Jewish Federation of Silicon Valley, Jeff Jackson, who's a Celebration Chair of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Silicon Valley, and Philip Kipnis. Also, we have from Hillel, Sarita Bronstein, Executive Director. From Congregation Beth David, we have Rabbi Philip O'Reiner and Sandy Mayer. And we welcome all of you today. And again, we have Yavna Day School Glee Club. As a Jewish American, I proudly carry on my culture's tradition and honor my heritage by proclaiming May, and we all do, the City Council and Mayor, as Jewish American Heritage Month in San Jose for the past 3 years, starting in 2011. This national month of recognition of Jewish contributions of more than 350 years, we celebrate the achievements of American Jewish people in fields ranging from sports and arts and entertainment to medicine, business, science, government, and military service. Over the past 3 centuries, Jewish Americans have committed themselves to numerous political and social causes, both at home and abroad. Jewish Americans were particularly active in the civil rights movement and the Soviet Jewry movement abroad. As San Jose was transformed from a center of agriculture to the heart of Silicon Valley, our Jewish community was among the innovators of the first computer companies such as Tandem, Google, and Intel, which were started or steered by members of the Jewish community. Jewish immigrants have maintained a unique identity, preserving their cultural traditions while pursuing their own American dreams, contributing to the development of our communities, which has been instilled in the younger generations today. Jewish American community has set a positive example for all Americans, demonstrating that Americans can maintain cultural traditions while honoring the principles and beliefs that bind us together as Americans. I've invited these organizations to join us today because they've done so much to strengthen and enrich the local Jewish community in San Jose. And so I want to recognize first, as we move to our commendation, Congregation Beth David's 50th anniversary. We presented a commendation to Rabbi Philippa Reiner earlier, and we congratulate you on your 50th anniversary. I'd also like to recognize the Jewish Federation of Silicon Valley for taking an active role in promoting humanitarian needs and supporting local Jewish agencies and community programs. I know the Jewish community will continue to be a positive force shaping the life and prosperity of San Jose, and it's a personal honor as a Jewish American to celebrate the history of Jewish contributions to American culture and the Jewish American heritage that has helped shape our San Jose community and what it is today and what it will be in the future years to come. With that said, I'd like to invite Mayor Reed to please present the proclamation commemorating the month of May as a Jewish American Heritage Month in the city of San Jose to the Jewish Federation, and he will present the proclamation to Jeff Cannell. And Jeff will say a few words.
Thank you, Councilwoman Herrera and Mayor Reed. Thank you very much for this. It is our privilege to celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month here today and to be a part of this unique and diverse community in San Jose.
Next, I'd like to invite our city clerk, Tony Tabor, to join me at the podium as we present a proclamation declaring the week of May 5th to 11th as Municipal Clerks Week in the city of San Jose. The city clerk will explain it all to us. I think we'll have members of the clerk staff come down and join us.
Yes. Hi. Although it's one of the oldest professions in local government, dating back to at least ancient Greece, few people realize the vital services the municipal clerks perform for their community. Primarily, we act as the cornerstone of your council. Our unofficial motto is we do way more than you think. Here's just a few of the many duties our office does. We maintain the official council minutes, ordinance books, records, and documents. We issue nomination papers for elections and receive petitions for local initiatives and referendums. We process contracts and agreements. We ensure compliance with all campaign rules, ethics training, and conflict of interest. We receive and distribute and file the correspondence from citizens and other government agencies. We provide central services to council, such as personnel, budget, and accounting. And we act as the neutral liaison between the local government and its citizens. And we would like to thank council for this proclamation. Thank you.
Next item is the consent calendar. Are there items council members would like to pull for discussion? I have 2.9 for Councilmember Constant. Any others? A motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. I think we have some requests, public to speak. All the requests are on 2.9. We'll come back to that in a moment. We have a motion to approve the balance of the calendar, consent calendar. All in that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Consent calendar is approved, except for item 2.9. Councilmember Constant.
Thank you, Mayor. I just oppose all of these, and I think it is important that we recognize that the residents of this state have voted on multiple times to set thresholds for tax increases. I think you are seeing right now a continuing erosion of those protections for taxpayers and our members of our public who have to pay the bills for all of these. And you see here a number of lowering of thresholds, and I don't think it is good for our residents. I don't think it's good for our city, and I don't think it's good for our state. So I'm hoping that my colleagues will join me in not recommending that we take support positions as recommended by staff.
Councilor KHAMIS.
I also think it's not good politically speaking, especially for those who are running for mayor. I think, we're asking our constituents here we're asking our community here to change the way we have taxes imposed on us, and I don't think that there's a serious enough discussion going about this issue, and I think it could eventually lead to some real dissatisfaction with government, even more than we have already. And I am also going to be opposed to this.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't make it clear, but mine was a motion to oppose these items.
Okay, was there a second? Okay, so there's a second. We got a motion. Motion is to oppose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items, all lowering the vote threshold to 55%. Councilmember KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not support the motion. I'll support the staff recommendation. We understand, or at least I think most understand how in Sacramento a lot of bills get proposed. It doesn't mean all of them even reach the floor or get to the governor's desk. And so I do think it's important to bring to allow for our local jurisdictions, just as the majority of the council at least supported the Department of Transportation recommendation to support lowering the threshold to 55% for local transit measures. These are a number of measures that are being proposed through the state Senate or Assembly involving public libraries, public safety, economic development. The reality is that they're not all going to get to a point of signature. What this allows us to do is to support the principle being put forward in general, and allows our lobbyists to be in discussions with the various committees at the committee levels and help to vet which ones will be the best ones, or which one will be the best one to actually push forward. These all are not going to go forward. It's pretty general knowledge that's the case. What this allows us to do is be part of the discussion to determine which is the best one for the city of San Jose, which is the best one in terms of state policy. And so it's not just a matter of us just agreeing to lower the threshold on all of these different items and that's going to come to pass, because that is not the case. And so I will not support the current recommendation. I'll support the staff recommendation, and I'm confident that our lobbyist in Sacramento can appropriately represent us and be very involved, as she oftentimes is, in making sure that the best resolution occurs that's in the best interest of the city of San Jose. And I'm glad that Johnny put that out there. He was the first one to say it, and so maybe now we can start saying that now and then. For all of you running for mayor.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor Reed, to my colleague from the great state of Edenville. That is correct. I just think it's really premature, because this has to eventually go to the voters of California in November 2014, potentially. And this is so broad. It's got every service you can imagine. And, in the past, we had the one come up on road paving or transportation, and I voted for that because it was very narrow. And I thought, of any, that seems to be the one that people all agree on. But for me, there's too many here, and also understanding that this won't really, come to fruition in this case. I'd rather have it come as it's more like anything we are going to support at the Assembly or Senate level in our legislature, have it come when it's more concrete, and therefore we really know what we're there to support. So I'll be supporting the motion. And then I think it's already going to happen. I think there's going to be a preference on some of the council that they'd rather maybe have, separate votes on each one or something like that. If that's something we want to do, that's fine. I'd just say let's get to it since we have other things on the agenda. Thank you so much.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you. And I'm not going to support the motion. I'm going to support staff recommendations. I think that if we support staff recommendation, this will really ensure the city of San Jose a seat at the table. If we don't, we're not going to have that opportunity. And yes, not all of this is going to go through, but I think that just having an open mind and moving with staff recommendations, I think that we will have the ability to actually advocate for core essential services that are important to us. Obviously, we know that the road repairs and street pavement are something that residents in our city truly care about. Our street is just unacceptable, and everyone is very aware of that. And I think that if we move forward with this, we have that opportunity to put this before the voters at a future date. And so I think that staff recommendation is the way to go, and I hope that my colleague will support that. Thank you.
Councilmember Herrera.
I do think we need to look at how can we gain some more revenue to fix our roads and some of the other things that we really desperately need. I'm a bit concerned, though, that there's so many different measures on this, and it's in a consent agenda, that I haven't really evaluated all of them. So I was supportive of the pavement, like Councilmember Oliverio, but I'm not necessarily supportive of all of them. So I will be voting to support this motion.
Councilmember Chu.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be supporting the motion in the name of local control. Like I stated, not all of them will really pass the deliberation that's happening in Sacramento, but this is just our message to the state legislature that we want to have more control, and our voter can decide our destiny. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Councilor LICCARDO.
Thank you, Mayor. I will also be opposing the motion. I don't think, though, frankly, that any of these amendments, if they're put in front of the voters, are going to pass. based on the polling I've seen. So I suspect a lot of this is going to be an exercise in futility, but nonetheless, I think it is important to send a message. You know, when 65% of the voters believe we want to spend more to try to fill a pothole or put another officer out on the street, they should be able to do it. And I think the 2/3 requirement is something that I think a lot of folks regret, particularly as we look at the very severe needs we have in our city.
Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I too will not be supporting the motion. I think as Councilmember Liccardo mentioned, you know, we should not be handcuffed by a small number of voters that that perhaps for philosophical reasons just, you know, don't see the benefit of needing to invest in certain aspects of our cities or government. I'll just pull out SCA 9 from Senator Corbett, economic development. We have to compete with southern states that have to get that much more creative to attract business. You know, it's getting that much more hard for California just to compete just on its natural amenities and natural resources. And so we need to be able to fill our tool bag. And with redevelopment gone, you know, I mean, we don't have any tools or very many tools left. But I do believe that, you know, the voters should be able to determine whether or not they want to tax themselves based on a lower threshold, and in this case being more of a simple majority. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a substitute motion to support the staff recommendation.
All right, we have a substitute motion to support the staff recommendation. On that motion, additional comments, Councilmember Kansen. I do have some requests on the public to speak, and we'll get to that here in a minute.
So just to address a couple of the points, this isn't about local control because we already have control that we can put items on the ballot for local tax measures. In fact, the voters in Santa Clara County and San Jose have been very generous in passing measures when there is a need and when we communicate clearly and effectively to them why there is a need and how we're going to use their money. To say that a tax can be blocked by a small number of voters, 33% is not a small number. It's a significant number of voters. And I really think that we have the tools. We've seen it in action here. If you remember back when we had the 911 fee, the illegal tax that was named a fee for quite a number of years, when we put that on the ballot and we were very clear with the residents what we were doing and why we were doing it, we had broad support, including the Taxpayers Association and a number of groups that typically oppose tax increases supported it because they knew it was an item that contributed greatly to the safety of our city, and in fact our voters approved it far in excess of the 2/3 requirement. So we have the tools. It's not about local control. It's about honoring the word and the votes of our public, our taxpayers, our residents who have gone to the polls time and time again over the last 30 years on keeping controls and limits on taxation and thresholds.
Councilmember CAMIS.
Yeah, I also want to address some of those issues. Just this last election, we've had Measure H pass with 70%, Measure B, state county tax passed as well. Excuse me, Measure A, the tax for transportation tax also passed. And just to address the reason why businesses are leaving because it's getting very expensive to operate here. One of the biggest reasons is taxation on businesses, taxation on people who are trying to buy a house and can't afford to buy the property taxes, so property values are you know, that's why businesses don't come here because of taxation and not vice versa. So I wanted to make that clear here. I mean, we are one of the highest taxed states in the United States, if not the highest in taxes. So I want my colleagues to be clear on that issue. We have been very successful in the past on raising funds when the citizens have felt it was appropriate and to tax themselves. There's no reason for us to change the rules at this point.
We have some people who would like to speak on this item. Let's take the testimony at this time. Elizabeth Brierly, Alberta Brierly. Come on down. You got room down close to the front, so come on down. Kathy Skidmore and Martha O'Connell as well. Go ahead, Elizabeth Brierly, we go first.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. I am Elizabeth Brierly, Executive Director of Silicon Valley Taxpayers Association, and we oppose the reduction of tax passage thresholds from the supermajority protection down to a 55% majority. San Jose, as the capital of Silicon Valley, is looked to as a leader, a force for good, a force where entrepreneurship leads to a higher standard of living for everyone. San Jose City Council has the opportunity to lead California by encouraging the legislature to hold fast to that supermajority protection and protect the smallest minority, the individual, from being forced to have higher taxation with fewer of their neighbors being behind that tax. Councilmember Liccardo mentioned that if 55% think that we need to tax at higher rates to fill a pothole, they should be able to do that. Well, I would contend that if you can't get 2/3 to support filling a pothole, you're not marketing the measure very well. San Jose has the opportunity, like I said, to lead California, and if Councilmember Nguyen, or excuse me, Vice Mayor Nguyen suggested that we need a seat at the table, I suggest that we need to boycott any table that would try to erode the rights of the individual in California. Thank you.
Alberta Brierly.
Mayor Reed, Council, I'm Alberta Brierly, San Jose resident for 25 years. I strongly oppose our city supporting the state of California's statewide legislative effort of lowering the tax increase threshold from 2/3 majority to a mere 55%. That would be getting too close to a majority voting to tax the minority. Keep the 2/3 majority to protect more citizens. California is at or near the top of all tax rates in this nation of 50 states: income tax, sales tax, business taxes. This is detrimental to our people and our economy. Please do not support please do not support California's lowering their tax threshold. Please remember, California government doesn't have a revenue problem. It has a spending problem. Thank you.
Martha O'Connell, Kathy Skidmore, Gloria Strong.
Martha O'Connell speaking in favor of the motion and against lowering the requirement, the 2/3 requirement. It's a little bit disconcerting, guys, to come to this meeting and everybody's announcing how they're going to vote before the public is spoken. That's real disconcerting. Does that mean that you don't listen to the people that come up to this mic? You've already got your mind made up. I think in something like this, it would have been more seemly to not say how you're going to be voting, except for the folks who put the motion on the floor, and let us talk to you first. As far as what my, quote, philosophical, unquote, reason for opposing this, it's very simple. I'm a senior on a fixed income, and you are literally taxing folks who are having to move out of San Jose because we cannot afford to live here. That's my, quote, philosophical reason. I've seen many friends move out of San Jose, even out of the state. And last, I'd like to reiterate what the previous speaker said. It's a little disconcerting to be talking about raising the tax rate and adding things to the budget, which I'm reviewing the budget proposals, and everybody's talking about adding 5%, 10%, 15% to this and that. Where are you going to cut before you raise the money, before you raise the cost of other items? So I speak in favor of the motion.
Kathy Skidmore, Gloria Strong, and Ross Signorino.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Kathy Skidmore, and I've been a taxpayer in San Jose most of my life for quite a while now. And I just wanted to say that I'm opposed to this measure to lower the voter threshold to 55%, because I feel that in order to, before you make significant changes in the tax structure, you need to have a broader consensus to vote for such measures to make sure that it's fair and it's appropriate for the taxpayers. Thank you.
Ross Signorino, Gloria Strong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It took years for Howard Jen to get this thing going. In Proposition 13, one of the conditions was a two-thirds level for voting new taxes. There was a reason for that, because before the Howard Jarvis Gann proposition came into play, people were losing their homes because taxes were just going wild. Elderly people couldn't stay in their homes because they couldn't pay the taxes. And that's one of the reasons the two-thirds threshold was put in. Now we look everywhere we can to try to lower this threshold. You have no trouble with this threshold. Take a look at your latest library tax. You need a two-thirds threshold to get that library tax passed, and it passed. People will vote for things that are reasonable, and they don't mind voting two-thirds to get it done. And now we want to turn it around and just say, oh, make it 55%. Well, just make it 50% and give +1, and then there you are. We need to keep that two-thirds level threshold in position. We cannot lose it. That's the only thing people have a way of defending themselves. You need taxes, there's no question about it, but people too need the taxes and hold on to their homes. We cannot go on just changing and try to lower the threshold. The threshold is where it is, it should stay. But it had a reason to get there, because for years people had to fight to get these tax regulations get in. Then what do we do now? We want to change it. We can do it two-thirds. Two-thirds must stay. Thank you.
Gloria Strong.
Hello, my name is Gloria Strong, and I'm a 37-year resident of San Jose. I'm also opposed to this proposal. This is only the second time I've ever spoken in public, so I really am opposed to it because I think people do leave. When you tax them, they leave. You tax them more, and they leave. You keep taxing, and they walk out of your state. Money walks, and it will leave. The more you tax, the more you grasp onto them, there'll be fewer people here over the long run. And as Margaret Thatcher once said, eventually you run out of other people's money. Thank you.
That concludes the public testimony. We have a substitute motion in front of us to approve the staff recommendations. On that motion, Councilmember Liccardo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to clarify something that was said about a comment of mine, which I assume the speaker mistakenly restated my earlier statement. What I said was that if 65% of the people approve of a tax measure, as they did in Alameda County or in LA County most recently, to pay for transportation in the case of Alameda County, where AC Transit had cut its services by about 20%, its basic bus services, then the passage of a measure by 65% should ensure that that the voters will receive those services. Unfortunately, neither of those measures passed because of the two-thirds requirement, and that's exactly why folks are looking at reducing these thresholds.
Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to be clear, we're going to vote on the substitute motion put forward by Councilmember Rocha first?
Yes, the motion is to approve staff recommendation on all 5 items. On the substitute motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. That would be CAMIS, HERRERA, Constant, and then Oliverio opposed. So there are 4 opposed. That means there are 7 in favor, so the motion carries on a 7-4 vote. So staff recommendation is approved. That concludes our consent calendar. We'll now move to the joint San Jose Financing Authority item having to do with the bond issuances.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Julia Cooper, Director of Finance, and today we have a presentation on the upcoming refunding of the outstanding bonds that were issued for the City Hall project and the employee garage across the street. With me up here today, I have Arn Andrews, the Assistant Director of Finance, along with Maria Oberg, our Treasury Division Manager, Danielle Keneally from the City Attorney's Office, and Steve Malikian from Jones Hall, who is our bond counsel. We also have in the audience staff people from the Finance Department, Peter Detless and Steve Peters, and also our financial advisor, Michelle Issa from Public Resources Advisory Group, and Kim Nakahara from Bank of America Merrill Lynch, who is our senior managing underwriter. I also want to acknowledge significant contributions in putting this transaction together, especially the disclosure documents from other city departments. We couldn't be here today without the enormous contributions that we received both internally in the Finance Department and from the City Attorney's Office, but also from the Budget Office, the Office of Employee Relations, Retirement Services, Public Works, and Environmental Services. So as you can see, this is a very comprehensive documents before you today that present a reflection of the organization as it stands today. So the financing, kind of the overview and objectives today, we have a comprehensive plan of finance for the Civic Center. We're restructuring the annual debt service to essentially remove a lot of the escalating debt service and create a more level debt service. We're reducing our variable rate debt exposure and our bank exposure, and in the outcome will be significant debt service savings for the city. The 2013A lease revenue bonds will be for the Civic Center refunding project, and they'll refund the 2002B fixed rate bonds and the 2008 variable rate bonds. They'll be secured by the Civic Center, this building itself, under an existing indenture, and they'll be on parity with outstanding 2006A bonds, which will be aren't callable until June of 2016. The 2013B bonds are a refunding of the employee garage across the street, which have the 2008 B1 and B2 variable rate bonds outstanding, and they'll be refunded with fixed rate bonds, and they'll be secured by a separate indenture just under the with the existing garage across the street. The original issue size for the City Hall was $412 million. Outstanding today is about $388 million. And we also have the City Hall, the garage across the street that has about $35 million outstanding. This right here is a graphic illustration of the lease revenue bond structure. We enter into a lease agreement between the city and the City of San Jose Financing Authority, in which the city makes lease payments to the Financing Authority. The governing document is the bond indenture, which is between the Financing Authority and the trustee, which governs the lease payment transfer from the authority to the trustee, which in turn makes the lease payments or the debt service payments on the bonds to the indenture. Our estimated debt service savings that we project in this transaction on an aggregate basis in the neighborhood of about $67 million. And when you put that down into present value terms or current dollars today, it's about $31 million, which is about 8.2% of the refunding savings. And the council adopted debt policy says that we like to look at refundings in the 3% range. So this is obviously well above that. The illustration in the graph at the bottom, the blue line shows what the current debt service structure is on the City Hall and the garage project. And then as you can see, the green bars are the refunding of the existing debt, and then the blue is what will still be outstanding, the 2006A bonds. And assuming market conditions are favorable, we expect to come back to the council in 2016 to refund those bonds. Most of the savings that you can see accrue in the back end of the transaction, but we are expecting to have savings in the early years of about $3.5 to $7 million. The good news out of all of this is all of our ratings were affirmed by S&P, Moody's, and Fitch as we went through this transaction. Most positively news is that Standard & Poor's removed the negative outlook and put us on stable outlook. We will be forwarding to you under a separate informational memo a copy of the rating reports for your information. Overall, the city's general obligation rating, which is a higher rating than the rating on these bonds, but we have one of the highest ratings of large California cities, so something we should feel proud of. And the stable outlook from all three rating agencies is a sign that we are starting to come out of some of our economic issues. The bond and legal documents before you today are voluminous, to say the least. You have the official statement, which is for two separate official statements, one for the 2013 A bonds and one for the 2013 B bonds. The appendices A and B are the same for both documents. Appendices A being the demographic and economic and financial information about the city, and Appendix B being about the city's retirement plans. For the 2013 A bonds, there's a fourth supplemental indenture. That's because we still have existing bonds outstanding, so we have to supplement the existing indenture. And then we have a third amendment to the project lease. The garage bond, since we're refunding all of the debt outstanding on the garage, will have a new trust agreement, a site and facility lease, and a project lease. And both series of bonds have a bond purchase agreement, which is an agreement between the city and the underwriters to buy the bonds, and our continuing disclosure certificates, which is our promise to continue to provide financial information to the marketplace. As we start to talk about the marketplace, going to the importance of disclosure and speaking to the market, the issuers of municipal securities have an obligation to ensure that the information that's contained in their disclosure document is accurate and complete in all material respects. Proper disclosure allows investors to understand and evaluate the financial health of a local municipality in which they invest. The importance of disclosure comes from the securities laws that we operate under. Section 17A of the Securities Act of 1933 prohibits fraud in the offer or sale of securities, including municipal bonds. And Section 10B of the Securities Act of 1934 prohibits fraud in the purchase or sale of securities, including municipal bonds. Rule 10b-5 prohibits making any untrue statement of material fact, omitting to state a material fact in the offer or sale of securities, and a fact is material is if there's a substantial likelihood that its disclosure would be considered significant by a reasonable investor. So you say, okay, what's my responsibility as an elected official? And your responsibility is to review the primary disclosure documents for information on these key topics: the purpose of the bond issue, which today is to do a refunding, the sources of repayment of the bonds, its credit is the city's general fund, and the risk that the sources of repayment may be insufficient to repay the bonds, and the discussion of any other events or information that would affect the deliberations of a reasonable investor. After reviewing the documents, the following additional elements should be considered. Have we, as staff, identified the material risk and events been brought to the attention to bond counsel, staff, and other professionals? Have everything been brought to us, and have those risks been disclosed? And if not, what is the rationale for non-disclosure? In reviewing the official statement and looking at it, the introduction describes the purpose of the bonds and the source of repayment, and more detailed information and discussion on the risk and related to the repayment of the bonds is included in the security and sources of repayments, the description of the project, the certain risk factors, and the constitutional and statutory provisions affecting revenues and appropriations. As I mentioned earlier, Appendix A describes the city's current financial position, including fiscal pressures. It also provides economic, demographic, and information that's useful to investors. Appendix B includes a detailed information about both retirement plans. That includes both pension and retiree health care. And elected officials are not expected to be fact checkers. We have a very detailed staff that goes back and does all the fact checking for you. In terms of the elected official's responsibility, if you, as a council member or authority board member, have any personal knowledge that any material information in the official statement before you is or may be false or misleading, or material information has been omitted, you need to raise those questions prior to approval of the distribution of the document, which is what is here today before you. So with that, just a quick summary. We're here today for the City Council approval. We're scheduled to price, that's sell the bonds for the City Hall refunding in next week. We'll close the week after Memorial Day. And then the City Hall garage will be done the week of June 3rd with a closing the week of June 17th. And we have those separated for tax reasons. We have them separated by 15 days. So in summary, the recommendation is approval of the issuance of the refunding bonds for both the City Hall project and the garage project. So with that, we're available to answer any questions.
Councilmember Kansen.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank you guys for all the hard work. This is a huge savings for the city, but it came at a cost of a huge amount of work for you guys, and I know you've put tons and tons of hours in it, from working with the bond council to just digging everything up and writing these long documents, which I can assure you I read. And I never thought reading bond documents would be interesting, but they are. There's a lot of good information in them. So I just want to thank you for that and make a motion for approval.
We've got a second, so we have a motion to approve. Councilmember KHAMIS.
I also wanted to thank you very much wholeheartedly. I think that was one of the biggest surprises that I've had going on City Council, is finding out just how good of a team we have in the finance department. And I just wanted to let you know, not only are we reducing our cost by $31 million, we are locking in some good interest rates, and we're reducing our risk, our long-term risk for higher interest rates on some of the variable stuff that we have. So I want to commend you for your work and for you being so proactive in getting this done. And again, thank you. And thank you for coming out to my office and walking me through the giant packet that you gave me as well. Thanks.
Staff, I had a half a dozen comments that I shared with you earlier. Do we need to go through those today, because they'll result in some changes in the disclosure documents language?
We've taken all your comments and incorporated them, so I can go through them if you can go through them if you want.
Well, I thought I'd just point them out for the
Okay.
council's enlightenment that we've made some changes without going into the details of it. In the preliminary official statement, I thought we ought to at least make a reference to Stockton and San Bernardino's taking a position that pension obligations are a higher priority than bond obligations, which obviously is of great interest to the bond community, and they obviously know that, but sometimes you have to restate the obvious. In the Declaration of Fiscal Emergency section in Appendix A, we need to take note of the fact that the actions taken by the council saved money on the retirement costs as well as the direct costs. The 10% cut and reduction in payroll saved us in the aggregate about $64.6 million. $39 million of that was a contribution decrease by the Police and Fire Retirement Board. So I thought it was important to get those numbers into the document so that we have a complete picture of the fiscal emergency, why we didn't declare a fiscal emergency, and the savings on the fiscal reform plan, just so that those numbers are in there. And then, in fact, I'm not sure, staff, where you plan to insert that, so I wanted to just get a clarification on how you'll reflect those $64.6 million of savings off of what we were supposed to pay this year.
Yeah, we, let's see, I believe we inserted it. There was a paragraph. What page is it on, Arn? It's on page A4 and A5. And so we first have a discussion about the police and fire retirement, and then we had about 2 paragraphs later, it talks about an aggregate, and then we added the $65 million there.
Okay, that's in the Declaration of Fiscal Emergency section?
And fiscal reform.
Correct. And just to provide a little more context, one of the things we do as staff when we provide comments, whether it be from a council member, mayor, or some of the other reviewers that we have for the document, we always run comments by our disclosure counsel and the city attorney's office to make sure of the applicability to the document. The document is a neutral voice. You'll notice that these are different documents than traditional staff memos. The purpose of the disclosure is to just aggregate what is a lot of data that is out there and try to assemble it in a form that the reasonable investor can make a reasonable investment decision. And so the mayor is describing is previously we had a projection that showed a potential total payments for both pension and health care for both retirement plans of $310 million. And that item is now noted. And that is a item, once again, in this document, we like to be able to source to either consultants. Both retirement boards have an actuary that provide documents on a regular basis. They have investment advisors that provide documents on a regular basis, in addition to the multitude of documents that are produced on the city side, whether from the budget office or other entities of the city.
Thank you, staff. Another comment, table 24, page A50 of the same document, which shows revenues, expenditures, and change in fund balance. And on that page, we show a debt service of like $1 million. We pay a lot more debt than that. There's a footnote on it that says it excludes debt service funds of the redevelopment agency, the secretary agency, and other debt service funds. So what we're talking about, the lease revenue bonds, don't get paid by the general fund, I gathered from your response to my comment.
That is correct. They are funded with an intra-fund transfer that flows through the general fund, but they are paid out of specific debt service related funds.
And it's a lot more than $1 million.
Yes, there
but
is.
Those are reflected over in later charts.
Correct.
So nobody's going to think we're not paying some sort of significant debt service because we have the other charts. And then finally, in Appendix B, there's a discussion of the private letter ruling that we're trying to acquire from the IRS that we're going to do before we do the opt-in. And I just had a question about that. Language says that outside counsel says we could not move without IRS approval. Just to quibble with that, I think it's probably should instead of could, because we could have done it. We chose not to move ahead, and in the ballot measure it says it's contingent upon IRS approval. So I don't know if should is more appropriate word there than could.
The important point is we need to, Mayor, comply with the Internal Revenue Code. We don't want to risk losing the tax. The retirement plans, existing retirement plans, are qualified plans under the Internal Revenue Code, and the important point is that whatever we do needs to comply with the code. So we can always tweak that language to reflect that, and we'll take that comment into consideration. But it should may work.
That's fine either way. I just I know there was a fine point. We've been through this. We've been working with the IRS. But I've noticed that there are other places that have just gone ahead and made the changes without getting IRS approval, and we're not required by the IRS code to get approval. We're required by our own standard to do it. Those are my comments. I appreciate the staff's work on it, changes, and I just want to echo the comments of Councilmember Constant. These documents reflect a lot of work, great at high quality, and it's a tremendous source of information. I use them long after we are done with them here because it's the best collection of information about the financial condition of the city. So anybody who's watching this on television wants to know what's going on financially, they can look in these documents. The appendix in particular very helpful. And I know it's taken a great deal of time to get here, but we are going to save a lot of money. Councilmember Liccardo.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to echo the praise. Thank you for saving our taxpayers $31 million. On a good day's work, and I hope that at some point the media actually gets out there and tells folks what great work you're doing, because I think people don't hear the good news enough about what's going on in government. I did have a question about retiree health care and the disclosures in Schedule B as well as Schedule A. There's a lot of discussion certainly about the phase-in to annual retired contribution, the fact that we are not at annual retired contribution either plan, but and I know that most finance folks and actuaries would assume this is implicit anytime you're not paying the full annual retired contribution, but we're not explicitly saying that by failing to pay the full annual retired contribution that we are actually increasing the liability, and I wonder if that is something that ought to be in there. explicitly so that no bondholder can come back later and say, you didn't tell us that the funded ratio was going to drop or that the UAAL was going to increase because you guys aren't paying your full ARC.
Thank you, Council Member, and I apologize. The current pension retirement plan, Appendix B, is up to 50 pages, so
yes.
Sometimes some of the nuances of the information can get a little lost. We do have two sections in the document, Table B21A and B21B, and the intent of both these tables and these tables are consistent with what is currently in the actuarial valuations for both plans. What they show is they show what is the computation of what's referred to as the net OPEB obligation, which is, I believe, what you're speaking to, which is because we're not paying the full ARC, there is a portion that continues to accrue because we are not paying it. And so those tables show the accumulated ARC to date. And so for 2012, that net OPEB obligation is reflected as $128.4 million for the federated health care plan and reflected as $198.1 million for the police and fire plan. And so that is just a reflection of what hasn't been paid. And then to speak to the other element, which is what else do we owe just in terms of a liability. So Table B20 talks of the historic, what we refer to as the unfunded actuarial liability, and then the funded ratio, which I believe was the other part of your question. So on Table B20, for the June 30th, 2012 valuation for the federated healthcare plan, we show an approximate unfunded liability of about $958 million with a funded ratio of 13%. And for the police and fire healthcare plan, we show an unfunded liability as of the June 30th, 2012 valuation of approximately $930 million with a 7% funded ratio.
And Arne, you're absolutely right, and this is incredibly voluminous, very detailed work, and it's excellent work. I guess I was making a point that was probably more simple and more elementary, which is, are we telling our bondholders that our current policy of payment is actually going to continue to increase the liability or the unfunded liability? Because the fact that the net OPEB obligation goes up could be attributed to lots of things. For instance, changes in assumptions, changes in investment performance levels, lots of reasons, right? And I guess I just want to make sure that we're being fully transparent about the fact that we're making a deliberate choice, obviously in negotiation with our bargaining units, that is going to continue to increase this unfunded liability until we're able to turn that corner.
We can go back and look at that. We do have other elements where we do talk about how the bargaining units have moved towards a phase-in of funding, and that conversation is predicated on the fact that we acknowledge that we're not paying the full ARC. In the tables I also referenced, one of the things it shows is the percentage of the annual OPEB contribution that we are paying, and so you can see that it reflects that for 2012 on the federated plan, we acknowledge that we only paid 38% of our ARC, and on the police and fire plan for the 2012 valuation, it acknowledges that we only paid 32% of the ARC. We do have several references to it. We can go back and talk with Disclosure Council if there's a way, perhaps we summarize it in another section of the document.
That would be great. I agree everything in here is accurate. I thought a simple sentence would probably suffice. Thanks, Juan.
Councilmember Herrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, as my colleagues have said, thank you for the great work and for saving us $31 million to our city. I just had one quick question. It's probably answered in here, but I'll ask it since I'm noticing this. Appendix A7, it talks about the elimination of SRBR, the Supplemental Retiree Benefit Reserve, in both retirement plans, and that gives us savings of $13.4 million annually. We're still being challenged legally on some of these things. Is that reflected somewhere in here too? It probably is. I just couldn't find it.
We do. We have several areas of the document. One of them is referred to as the litigation section, and in the litigation, we discussed that. There's also in the budget section, we talk about the fact that currently in the proposed 2013-14 budget, it is perceived that there could be $20 million per the mayor's budget message and council's direction that may not be put into effect in the event that litigation does not side with the city on the SRBR issue. And so there are several areas in the document where we talk about
Thank you.
I think that's it for the council questions. Do we have a motion to approve on that motion? All in favor? Opposed? We have none opposed. Motion is approved. We have one other item on the Joint Financing Authority agenda. That's regarding Bond Council Disclosure Council Services Agreements. We have a motion to approve on that motion. Councilmember Liccardo.
I'm sorry, Mayor, is this with regard to Hanson Bridget? Or is this on a
No,
separate item?
Yeah, that's another set of lawyers.
Okay, I'll
This is
wait
just
until we get there.
limited to the Bond Issuance Council.
Yeah, thank you.
This guy over here. Why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm Steve Malikian from the law firm of Jones Hall.
Okay.
And my colleague Chris Lynch has been actively involved in the disclosure side also.
Okay, so that law firm, not the Hanson Bridget firm. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. That concludes the Joint San Jose Financing Authority agenda. We'll move to the regular council agenda, starting with item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, on behalf of the city manager, no report this afternoon.
Item 3.4 is a settlement in Kirklis versus the city of San Jose. We have a motion to approve. On the motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Item 3.5, boards and commissions consolidation ordinance. We have a motion to approve. On the ordinance, all in favor? Up. Councilmember Herrera.
Yeah, I just had a question on that, to the clerk, I guess, on that. In terms of, I believe it was the Housing Commission we talked about, well, in terms of the entire consolidation, the idea is to save the city money and to reduce staff and that's why we are pursuing this consolidation. So I just wanted to make sure that we are not going to be adding a great deal of staffing to the Consolidated Housing Commission.
No, there's no additional staffing.
Okay, great, thank you.
One request to speak, Martha O'Connell.
It's been a long time coming, so congratulations to the clerk and to the council. Three comments. One, thank you, Tony, for recognizing the GLBT community and putting in domestic partnership on excused absences. That means a lot to us. Thank you for recognizing that commissions can't function when there's open seats and they're counted toward a quorum. So as you notice in your packet, quorum is now for filled seats only. The only concern I have with the report, which is wonderful, is upping the terms to 4 years, because with these consolidated commissions, people that have been on these commissions for 8, 10, 12 years are now able to reapply, so they're going to have another 8. So I would hope that when appointments are made, that we're not reappointing people that have already served 8, 10, 12 years, because diversity also includes diversity of thought. So thank you.
That concludes public testimony. Councilmember Herrera.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Again, just another question on the new Housing Commission. So thank you for making sure that we have an owner and a tenant on it in terms of the mobile home community, but it's silent on any requirement that a rental property owner and a tenant of a rent-controlled apartment must be on the commission.
Yes.
Are we gonna?
I met with the housing department twice and met with their attorney, and they both felt that wasn't necessary because they tend to get those as part. There are a lot of renters in San Jose, so they tend to get a renter and a landlord just naturally. So this, there will be a report back next year, and I will plan on doing info memos annually to make sure that these are continuing to work. So if that becomes an issue, we'll definitely be bringing that back.
Yeah, I think, especially in light of we're seeing more and more renters, we're seeing more. More apartment buildings, and I think particularly in terms of the rent-controlled buildings, that it would be good to have the representation from both on that commission.
Well, we have desired qualifications that when the applications go to council, we'll give you a list of these are the qualifications the department's looking for as you review the applications for your district.
And hopefully, as we're looking at reductions, we might want to look at fees that are being charged. I think there's some fees being charged to mobile homeowners, tenants, and apartment owners.
Yes.
And if we can, if we're reducing, maybe there might be some reduction in fees as well. That would be great.
Okay.
And last, when is the Neighborhoods Commission going to be coming back to us, and can you enlighten me a little bit on the process?
The city manager's office is the one who's in charge of the neighborhoods, and I spoke with them yesterday to verify. They'll be bringing back recommendations in June.
Great. Thank you, Tony. Thanks for all the work on this.
Thank you.
Councilor Liccardo.
Thank you, Mayor. Tony, just to clarify, the transition period that's described on page 4.
Yes.
What exactly happens with current members? Do they serve out the remainder of their terms completely?
Yes, they will be.
Okay. And those who will have served out their terms but are still eligible for another term, they would now be subject to the new rules?
Yes, they can reapply. The applications will be coming back to you, but yeah.
Thank you, that's helpful. And then with regard to page 1, all of those commissions listed under A,
yes.
Are those all subject to the geographic equity requirement?
They were. That was the council direction on January 29th, and my staff report describes how, as we looked at the appeals hearing board, that's a quasi-judicial board.
Right.
So we kept that at its current, it currently goes before council for you to interview the commission members anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not just appointed by a single liaison. We decided to keep it as it is, eliminate the traffic appeals hearing board, which doesn't meet very often anyway, and put those functions, and they'll have, we had 2 years where they didn't meet at all, and I think they've met twice in the past year for traffic appeals. Roll that function into appeals hearing board, because it's a lot easier to teach the appeals hearing board traffic appeals than to teach 11 people how to basically run a court.
Agreed.
So that's the only one that we changed the recommendation.
Okay. Forgive me, is there a motion on the floor now?
There is. Motion to approve.
Would the maker of the motion consider an amendment to allow this to return to council, and I'll allow Tony to suggest a time or date, when it becomes apparent that with regard to some commissions, we're going to have some difficulty filling commission seats, that we can return to council to evaluate as to whether there's particular commissions where we might want to reduce or eliminate this geographical equity mandate.
Yeah, you can include that in the motion. My plan is to do an annual report back to council. A formal report next summer, and then formal reports as necessary annually, or info memos if everything's running smoothly, just an info memo to council to let everybody know, wow, this is what our vacancy rate is. This is the quorum issues we're having. So I believe that the boards and commissions project, while we're finishing it, it's not complete. It should be, it's a living organism, and it needs to be looked at annually, not just once every 10 years.
So thank you, Tony. I guess what I'd like to do then is to piggyback on that procedure and simply, I recognize that those reports are usually simply accepted. I'd like to actually make those an action item.
Sure.
For council to actually take action if the reports reveal that we're having a very hard time going, for instance, an arts commission, then we would be able to come back and decide, well, maybe we'll lift the restriction.
Yes, I fully support that.
Okay. Would the maker of the motion be open to that?
I'd be willing to amend the motion to have an information memo go to the council based on anything the clerk's seeing on the ability to fill those roles, and then at that time, any council member could simply write a memo saying, this is the problem I perceive, and then bring it to council.
Okay. I'd rather not support the motion. Thank you.
Councilor Constant.
Thank you. First of all, thanks. This has been a long time coming, and I'm glad we are here because we've had an opportunity to discuss this at length at the Rules Committee and gone through our ups and downs, and very happy to have it where it is. The one question I had, and maybe I'm just missing it, which is probably the case, I understand the appeals hearing board's going to stay as is, which is good, except we were never really following the rules on how we appointed them. I don't see the changes in here that says those are appointed by the council in the actual ordinance.
It is in the ordinance, which,
I guess I'm just missing it.
yeah, in fact, I thought that was in my packet, or I would have brought a copy of it. The wording on the council districts, it's early in 2.08 under terms, I believe. And what it is instead of it being listed for each commission, it's listed in the main section. Let me pull it up.
Okay. I just want to make sure that it's really clear that we go through the council appointment process like we
Yes.
do in the planning commission, because for the longest time, it was supposed, the Arts Commission and the Appeals Hearing Board were being dealt with exactly opposite of the way our muni code said they should be.
Let me just pull it up. It is in there because I went through it with the attorney's office multiple times. But I'm pulling it up now.
Okay. So I assume it's, maybe this is the line 208-180, council nominated commissions, item D. The council nominated commission selection process is only applicable to those commissions specifically referencing, I think that should say referenced in this section.
Okay.
So I think that might be what you're referring to, but I guess what I couldn't find is if it doesn't go through the council member nomination process, then where is the other process pointed out?
I thought that was in there. I'm looking for it. Hold on.
So maybe what we can do is just specify in the motion that we make sure that by the time we get the second reading, we've just identified that, that the Appeals Commission is a council interview and appointment process, just like the Planning Commission, wherever that should be in here. And I know you'll make sure it happens.
Yeah, I know it's in there. I just can't find it.
Pierluigi, is that okay? Just, thanks.
Councilmember Camus.
Yeah, I also support everything here except for the dissolution of the Small Business Development Commission. Obviously, I was the chairman of that commission, and I feel that it did do some valuable work. I'm hoping that maybe in your next iteration, next time we review, we can hope to put something back in there. As we need somebody to represent small business here in the city.
Right, that concludes public testimony we already had. Okay, we have a motion on the floor on the motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Count one opposed. Councilmember Liccardo, motion carries. Our next item is 3.6, report on a request for bids for Microsoft Office 365. Motion is to approve. On the motion, is there a request to speak from the public? We have none. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That's approved. Item 3.7 is next, amendments to the agreement with Hanson Bridgette LLP. Councilmember Liccardo.
Thank you, Mayor. You knew I was waiting for it. Just a quick question. Why does the general fund pick up the tab as opposed to the plan, or the plans, plural?
I think these are picked up by the plan. I'm not sure where it says the general fund.
Okay. Well, then I guess I'm trying to understand why we're executing the
Because
payments.
the retirement boards do not have independent contracting authority, so it needs to be signed by the city attorney.
Okay.
And that's something that has been longstanding. So it's not it is a plan expense.
Okay, so we decide who works in for how much?
It's a very collaborative and cooperative approach. They really go through the process. They make the determination. They have reviews, and we work with them and then come back. They make the recommendation, and we come back pretty much and ratify or recommend what they've requested.
Okay. It's unusual, but...
It's been this process for about 20 years, but there is talk of changing it.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion to approve. Councilmember Camus.
No, I look at this and I see a lot of duplication, and I think, this is a lot of wasteful money that we're spending on two separate retirement boards here, and I just want, I've read the Cortex reports that have come out. There's two. There's a lot of suggestions on ways we can save, millions of dollars for for employees and taxpayers, although I will agree with this motion, but I think we need to take a hard look at combining the two retirement boards, because millions of dollars can be saved just in duplicate services on this, and I'm urge the council to look at it someday.
Councilmember Herrera.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what other contracts Hanson Bridget has with the city of San Jose besides these.
Hanson Bridget has done a number of investigations for the Elections Commission that we go out with an RFP every 3 or 4 years, and they have been the successful proposer twice, so they've probably done that about six years now. They also have done some independent employment investigations where, most of that's done in-house, but sometimes we ship those out, but that's basically on a case-by-case basis.
So are they the go-to attorneys for the Elections Commission investigation?
They have been in the past and continue to be. I don't know what the term of that contract is offhand, but they are, yes.
So I just wonder, could there be a circumstance and say represent the Police and Fire Retirement Board and the other public retirement board, if there was an issue on the Elections Commission, could there potentially arise a conflict?
There can always be that issue. I mean, it's not on its face, but there could be, and in those cases, appropriate recusals, or whether we'd have to find another firm to do it, or they'd have to have some kind of ethical wall. That's something we'd have to look at. But it hasn't arisen to date.
That we know of?
That we know of.
Okay. I have a concern in that regard. So are there other attorneys' firms that we can use for the Election Commission that aren't?
Well,
do we have others that we can use?
Like I said, we have gone out with an RFP in the past. We would probably go out with an RFP when this contract expires, and I don't know if there is an investigator I believe we used as well. There's a second contract, and maybe Tony.
Recently, just within, I think it was January, we had a complaint actually filed against Hanson Bridget for an investigation they did, and we had another attorney come in who was not Hanson Bridget to investigate that particular complaint. So if we were to have a Hanson Bridget Retirement Board complaint going to the Elections Commission, we have a methodology to bring somebody else in to keep Hanson Bridget out of it. So we had basically a second set of attorneys who were neutral to investigate Hanson Bridget and us.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Kansen.
Thanks. I just wanted to comment on Sam's comments. It is a very interesting, convoluted process that we've had for quite a while, and every time we deal with it, it causes emotions to be stirred and a lot of controversy, because the retirement board's attorney is actually a client of the city attorney's office, not a client of the board's. And that's one of the issues that, as Johnny mentioned, the Cortex report addresses a lot of those issues, and that's working its way through the retirement boards now, and I think we're going to have some recommendations soon that will help in this and a number of other issues that we've seen.
We have a motion to approve. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Motion is approved. Next item is 4.1, actions related to the unattended collection in containers ordinance. Before we get started on this, while staff is getting in place, I want to disclose that in preparation of this meeting that my staff met with Mike Fox from Goodwill, Silicon Valley, Goodwill representatives, Ashbury of Rutan Tucker, use it again, and seventh generation recycling.
I'll just ditto that disclosure.
Okay, Laurel Prevetti.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Laurel Prevetti, Assistant Director for Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. In February 2012, the Council added the unattended collection boxes to the list of priority ordinances for staff. In particular, the Council was interested in us making sure that our regulations identified appropriate location and siting for the boxes, as well as maintenance considerations. We have completed our analysis. We conducted intense public engagement and held a public hearing before our Planning Commission, and all of that information is available to you in your packet. We recognize that there is a memo out from the mayor, vice mayor, and Councilmember Rocha on this topic, and we appreciate the interest, particularly on effective enforcement. And while certainly we can explore the franchise model as one option, we did want to provide to you a couple other data points for your consideration. First, on May 21st, the council will be considering an increase to its fine schedule. That way we have a stronger enforcement tool for code enforcement if there are violations with respect to collection boxes or other areas that need attention. In addition, we have another model that the council might be interested in that has worked very well for the off-sale of alcohol establishments as well as tobacco licensing, and that is that all of those entities that have the appropriate permits essentially pay an annual fee that then allows the code enforcement staff to conduct an annual inspection and ensure that they are complying with city codes, ordinances, and any additional permits. So there are a couple other tools in the toolkit, so to speak, with respect to enforcement. And with that, staff looks forward to council discussion and the public testimony. Thank you.
Great. Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. So before I begin, I just also wanted to disclose that either I or my staff have met with Ash PIU from Rutan and Tucker, also Mike Fox from Goodwill, representatives from Seventh Generation Recycling, and representatives from Use Again. As Laura Pavetti pointed out, when we put this on the council selection committee, the reason why we brought it forward is because in recent years we have actually seen an increase in the amount of donation boxes scattered across our city. And we have also learned from code enforcement that its department does not have the adequate resources to pursue individual box for non-compliance. So the proliferations of unattended donation boxes in San Jose has led to visual blight, litter, and graffiti in the community. If we fail to address the illegal proliferations of these boxes, we will see an increase in blight and public nuisance. The pictures that have been submitted to the city of previous box locations are worth 1,000 words. Illegal dumping and hazardous conditions at every corner is not what San Jose aspired to become, no matter how valuable the city's goals are relating to citywide diversions. Diversions cannot come at any cost, especially at the cost of our neighborhoods. Most people believe that they are donating to a nonprofit organizations when they leave their donations or material goods in these donation boxes. Charities exist to help the poor, the downtrodden, and the desperate. Many residents had no idea that some of the companies that own and operate these donation boxes are shipping their clothing overseas or selling donations or material goods to other companies for lots of cash. People want to feel good that they are donating their clothes, shoes, or books, or any other material goods to a worthwhile place when there is no disclosure. They have no idea where their stuff is going. So the vast majority of both for-profit and some nonprofit donation bins mislead San Jose residents into believing that their donations will actually help the poor or benefit charitable causes in some meaningful ways. I really wanted to thank our staff in the planning department for working on this issue and bringing forward some very good recommendations to strengthen this ordinance. But like we stated in our memo, the memo that I co-authored with the mayor and Councilmember Don Rocha, we are still very concerned that even though the proposed permit model is a well thought out, it will ultimately rely on scarce code enforcement resources for enforcement. While enhanced permit conditions and higher fines may result in some marginal improvements, they will by no means solve the problem. And that is why we are recommending an alternative solution in our memo. And I just wanted to briefly outline the first part of the memo, which is for staff to look at some modifications in terms of establishing a citywide cap set at the number of legally permitting collection boxes, and also look at the applications as of today, May 7, 2013, and that we do not accept any more applications beyond today if this motion is to pass. We also wanted to set the term of the permit and permit renewals to 1 year, and propose a permit fee that help cover the cost of the enforcement. My understanding is right now operators are paying $202 per box annually. We're actually looking to see if staff might be able to increase that, but we'll leave that up to staff to make that assessment. And the rest of the recommendations are outlined in the memo that Mayor Reed, myself, and Councilmember Don Rocha author, which is dated May 3rd, 2013. Finally, we don't really know whether this model is going to work, but we think it's worthwhile to ask staff to conduct some preliminary exploration and return with their assessment. And if we approve the recommendations outlined in this memo, I believe that we will ultimately develop a model that other municipalities can replicate if they encounter the same kind of issues that these donation boxes bring. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve the memo dated May 3rd, 2013, authored by Mayor Reed, myself, and Councilmember Don Rocha.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. I think I'd like to take the public testimony before we get into the council debate. Now we have a motion on the floor. People know what we're considering, so I'm going to call names. Come on down to the front. There's room down close to the microphone. Trish Dorsey, David Ostendorf, Andrew Faber,
Good afternoon. My name is Trish Dorsey, and I am the Senior Director of the Mission Services Division at Goodwill of Silicon Valley, and I would like to just bring to your attention what it is that our Mission Services Division is focusing on and how it has an impact on the folks within our community and the community itself. Our focus is to provide assistance, support, and opportunities to people who want to change their current life circumstances through employment. And some of the programs that we offer include those for veteran services, and these are homeless veterans and families that they're either homeless currently or they're at risk of becoming homeless. And our services are there to intercede, provide some financial assistance should that be the case, but most importantly help them towards self-sufficiency via employment. We also have a transitional jobs program, whereas about 35% of the people within the Goodwill workforce, of which there are over 650, are in a transitional jobs program where they're getting work experience for a period of up to 12 months, along with other services, support services that help them to become fully employable at the end of that 12 months into mainstream employment. We also have a wellness center on campus there on 7th Street, which is a mental health clinic, which is designed to provide services to those with mental illness as well as substance abuse issues, and we serve close to 500 individuals per year. These are folks that otherwise would never receive these services. They are free to the community. We also offer independent living skills for young adults that are developmentally disabled in an effort to help them to become, if not fully independent, at least a bit more independent as they go into adulthood.
Sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
David Ostendorf, Andrew Faber, Derek Drake.
Hi, I'm David Ostendorf. I'm actually one of those veterans that is in the service for Goodwill. I was unemployed, living in a tent, and ever since I went to Goodwill, I showed what I could do, and I have moved up through the ranks. Since these boxes have been going around, part of my job is to look for new sites, and since these boxes have been showing up, we went from over 50 sites for getting donations to under 20 right now. It's very hard to find spots and owners because these boxes are all around, and they just don't want us and them there together. I know for a fact Goodwill does great work for our city and for everybody, that homeless veterans and everybody that needs the help. I just hope you kind of look at this and try to get the people that are actually making money for the people for this city and not outside. Thank you.
Andrew Faber, Derek Drake, Judith Fregoso.
Good afternoon, Mayor Reed, members of the council, Andrew Faber. I'm speaking for Use Again, which is a for-profit textile recycler. As you know, the recyclers of textiles engage in essentially the same business, whether they're for-profit or nonprofits. They accept clothing and shoes, they grade them, they sort them, they resell what they can, they cut some others up for rags and low-value uses, and then some ultimately are disposed of. Both are allowed under state law. They're both legal. They both support San Jose's general plan policies of recycling and solid waste diversion. Specifically, policy MS 9-7 speaks of providing a broad range of collection programs and service options. We support the original staff recommendation, regulation, appropriate labeling, make sure there's no deception, the sites are maintained, and so on, will allow both kinds of boxes to achieve San Jose's goals. We are concerned about a discrimination and possible lack of a level playing field between for-profits and nonprofits. The memo that's in circulation would seem to indicate a possibility, or could be interpreted to say, step one would be there would be a monopoly for nonprofits on city property. Step two, if the boxes are banned on private property, then there's a monopoly citywide. We're not for that. We think that would be anti-competitive and anti-business. We don't think it would support the city's recycling policies or landfill waste diversion policies. So we would urge the council to approve the original staff recommendation, not as modified by the Planning Commission. We think that gives appropriate protections, solves the problems, or goes a long way towards solving the problems that Vice Mayor Nguyen mentioned, and is fair to all parties that participate in this process. Thank you.
Derek Drake, Judith Fregoso, Mark Russo.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Derek Drake. On November 25th, 2012, I became homeless. I went to the Goodwill in February, and by March, they had me working. And I just want to say that the Goodwill has done a lot for me and for this community right here. I work in the mattress department, and we recycle over 1,200 to 1,400 mattresses a month. And I think that's really doing a lot of good for the landfills, just for society in general. And I just want to thank them very much for being around, because I think this community really needs the Goodwill, and the Goodwill really needs this community, and they really do a lot for this city. Thank you.
Judith Fregoso, Mark Russo, Christopher Anthony.
Hello, excuse me. My name is Judith Fregoso. I too am a veteran, and without Goodwill, so many of us veterans would be without homes, without jobs, without a way of even supporting themselves. I am a custodial at Goodwill right now. It's a one-year program, but it gives me the experience, it gives me the job to be able to get a house or an apartment, which I didn't have before I came to Goodwill. Goodwill has made such a big difference in my life, and so many of my friends that I have made while I've been at Goodwill, that it's hard to explain how it affects so many people, just the people working at Goodwill, the community that gives to Goodwill and gets back in one way or another. There's so many programs within Goodwill that it's not only the veterans that get benefits, it's the youth, it's the disabled, it's the people working there. We're a team, we're a great company, and I really hate to see anything happen and it go under for any reason. Thank you.
Mark Russo, Christopher Anthony, Ryan Gleason.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Russo. I'm a homeless veteran, and because of Goodwill, I now have the opportunity to have job services given towards me so I can go out and look for work. There are a lot of good resources and people working there doing a very good job, and they've been a great help to people like me. Right now, I'm in the process of being able to get back on my feet, getting a home, getting a new job, and because of goodwill, I'd hate to see these services be impacted. So I'm very grateful for their service, and I'd like to see it continue.
Christopher Anthony, Ryan Gleason, Robert Shuck.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Anthony, and first and foremost, I'm a single father to 3 young sons, ages 3, 4, and 5. I am also a U.S. Army veteran who volunteered 6 years of my life to protect your freedom. Due to some bad choices, I found myself unemployed and homeless. And I got to tell you, there's not very much in the way of resources for single fathers out there. Goodwill and the VIP program took me in and immediately put me to work, enabling me to feed my boys. The Veterans Family Services at the Goodwill are helping me with housing for myself and my 3 sons. They also help me with new bunk beds, dressers, clothes, and shoes. By taking advantage of the resources like the individual therapy and Lifeboat, a veterans support group, and the Goodwill Wellness Center, I have regained my confidence and have become the father and the man my sons deserve. So please, when you make the decision on the unattended boxes, please remember where the donations go when they go to a nonprofit like the Goodwill.
Ryan Gleason, Robert Shuck, Donald Schick.
Good afternoon, Council. Ryan Gleason, Director of Operations for Goodwill of Silicon Valley. I'd like to contrast the notion of a for-profit company coming in this community and draining the high profit margin items out of the community, because I also heard the term recycle being used. 717,000 pounds of cardboard, 1.03 million pounds of plastic, 360,000 pounds of mixed paper, 90,000 pounds of plastic film, yes, Safeway bags and garbage bags, linens, 1.1 million pounds, 40,000 pounds of purses, 46,000 pounds of backpacks, 15,000 pounds of underwear, 85,000 pounds of toys, 1.2 million pounds of metals, which includes 370,000 pounds of scrap electrical items, 1.4 million pounds of cathode ray tube monitors, 2 million pounds picked up from parking lots and city streets in this town. This is all in 2012. This is recycling. This is done here in this town. In 2008, we sent 10,000 tons to the landfill. Last year, 3,600 tons. We share the same initiative, the Zero Waste Initiative, as this city does, and we're the best at what we do.
Robert Schruck, Donald Schick, Troy Richmond.
Council, I'm the Director of Contracts and Facilities there at Goodwill. I was a homeless veteran and I was incarcerated. No one else would hire me. I had nowhere else to go. Goodwill gave me a chance. I started out in their mattress program, where we serve about 30 veterans per year, getting them jobs, getting them employment. And without Goodwill, I would never be where I'm at. And it's just a great place to work. Thank you.
Donald Schick, Troy Richmond, Julie Wedge.
Good afternoon. My name is Donald Sheik, and I am a scanner in Goodwill's new e-commerce department. I'd also like to point out that this is not the first but the second time I have been employed with Goodwill of Silicon Valley. Shortly after I transferred schools and left my student job, I found a part-time custodial position at Goodwill. More recently, after a long stretch of unemployment, I learned of their new e-commerce online division and was hired as a scanner. E-commerce is a department where we sort through donated goods, check their online demand, and sell them through online distributors such as eBay and Amazon.com. We have been in business since June and have roughly taken in about 1,100 to 1,200 different books, CDs, DVDs, flashcard sets, and video games each day. This is not just what Goodwill has done for me, but I believe I speak for the customers we serve, that we have done a lot for a lot of people. And as I said, they have been with me not once, but twice during 2 different phases of my life. It is great work when I was a student, but as I near the end of my studies, it has still been there for me. And I would just like to thank Goodwill of Silicon Valley for considering me both times. Thank you.
Troy Richmond, Julie Wedge, Julie Watt, Fakir, and John Lamb. Rich, I've got your card, but it's at the bottom of this stack. Go ahead, I think it'll pick your voice up.
No, it was moving. And, my name's Troy Reichman. I also work in the e-commerce division at Goodwill. I moved to San Jose this past January. Through some misunderstandings, found myself without a place to stay while I was getting on my feet. Within 3 days, I was referred to Goodwill. Within 10 days, I had been offered employment, and I can tell you that having the stability and the support of the Veterans Individualized Placement Program has been vital for me, learning my way around the city. When I started at the VIP program, I was told that nobody had ever graduated their program who was as disabled as me. And I work full-time for Goodwill now. In the course of traveling around the city, going to work, coming home from work, I've discovered so much really interesting stuff in the city. The support of the Wellness Center has been vital while I'm dealing with the frustrations of being someplace new and my health challenges. I see what happens with the donations that Goodwill gets. They come across my desk every day, and most of them are bought locally by people. This is all valuable stuff that's being redistributed in your area. So I encourage your support for this decision that you people have to make. Thank you.
Julie Wedge, Julie Watt, Fakir, John Lamb.
Thank you, Mayor, Council members. I'm Julie Wedge. I'm the Public Relations Director for Campus California. We're a nonprofit organization that utilizes clothing and shoe collection as our main source of fundraising. I'm sure, as we've talked about all kinds of economic issues that have gone on just in this city, that you can have an appreciation for an organization, a nonprofit organization that utilizes this as our main source of fundraising, causes us not to have to call people and ask them to write a check. It's very easy to call them and ask them if they've gone through their closet, have they done their spring cleaning. We think that Goodwill does amazing work. We think that if everybody did what Goodwill does, it would probably diminish a lot of the work that everybody does. We think that nonprofits have different missions for a reason, and we think that we serve different folks for a reason. I'm thrilled to hear Goodwill talking about waste diversion. It is part of Campus California's mission, as is supporting people in poor and impoverished communities, both here in San Jose and around the world. I think that the staff report, I think that where we need to come from in this is a place that this regulation currently is not working. I think the industry knows that it's not working. I think the city knows it's not working, and I think that the community knows that it's not working. Our organization has tried for 2 years to permit our boxes in San Jose, have received a variety of fees, anywhere from $14,000 up to $54,000 as a quote for what we would need to permit the boxes. So while we can sit here and talk about our mission, what we do, all those things, I think that's really fantastic. I think that what Campus California is asking for is a functional ordinance. And I think that what the staff submitted is a phenomenal start to that functional ordinance. I think that talking about details in, you know, am I going to stand here and say that our boxes are clean 24/7? No. But am I going to say that we comply with AB 918? Our phone number's on the box. We have a regular collection schedule. I mean, like I said, we can talk about how all of this works. The reality is our nonprofit is the smallest nonprofit that is represented
Sorry, your time is up.
in this, and we diverted 2.6% of waste
Your time
in
is up.
2011. Thank you.
Julie Watt, Fakir, John Lamb, John Hogan.
I am Julie Watt-Fakir, and I am the Government Relations Specialist for Use Again. We are a for-profit clothing collection company. We feel that the ordinance is prepared by the planning staff and presented to the Planning Commission is fair and has our full support as it clarifies the city's permitting requirements. We do feel that the current fee, which is actually $501 per year for the fee for the permits, is high, but we have paid it and we have applied for permits for all of our bins. We do support the planning staff's recommendation that the administrative use permit be good for a period of 3 years to spread out the cost to the operators and to ensure further compliance, and we support fines for noncompliance completely. Our objection is mainly that the city's attempting to prohibit Use Again and other for-profits from being able to even apply for permits in the city, based solely on our tax status. In 2010, we were part of the coalition that helped pass AB 918, and the state took great lengths in leveling the playing field between nonprofits and for-profits, and we would hope that San Jose would do the same thing. Our bins are clearly labeled that we are a for-profit in very large text on our bins. Since we started business here in San Jose in 2010, we've diverted 307,000 pounds of clothing and textiles from the landfill, and we do voluntarily report this to the Environmental Services Department for their use in their diversion reporting to the state. CalRecycle says that we're still sending 880,000 tons of clothing and textiles to the landfills. There's clearly a waste reduction issue here, and we think that both nonprofit, for-profit, everybody can contribute to helping reduce that. We also feel that since the city of San Jose is a leader in the environmental movement and recycling, and the general plan wants to increase recycling options, that all comers, all businesses, all recycling entities, no matter what their tax status is, should be allowed to operate legally and apply for permits in the city. Thank you.
John Lamb, John Hogan, Christine Egan.
Name is John Lamb. I'm in PRC program at Goodwill. Since I've been in the program at PRC at Goodwill, it gave me the drug counseling that I needed to get back into society. And in that program, it just helped me be a better person in society, a better son to my family. And without that, you know, I don't know where to start at. So, you know, Goodwill gave me a chance to be a better person. And while I was at Goodwill, it just gave me a job opportunity to be have job experience and things that I need to be a better person in life. So without Goodwill, you know, I won't be the person who I am today. Thank you.
John Hogan, Christine Egan, Matt Mazer.
Good afternoon. I'm John Hogan. I'm CEO at Teen Force, a nonprofit that helps address the youth employment crisis. I met Goodwill a year ago and learned that our missions were similar, that really helping people with barriers to employment gain access to the workforce. When I went to Goodwill, I was hoping to get a couple jobs for some teenagers. Instead, what I got was Teen Force was invited in as part of the Goodwill family with free office space. Since then, they've provided 15 jobs to young adult foster care youth, and another dozen jobs to high school age foster care youth. Those are local youth that are working with these local donations and keeping the revenues from the sale of these donations are coming right back to create more jobs locally. So I would encourage the council to evaluate this in a manner that supports people who are keeping the local donations and using them to help with employment. Thank you.
Christine Egan, Matt Mazer, Charlene Nijme.
Good afternoon, Mayor Reed, and thank you very much for all you do, council members. I'm with Loaves and Fishes Family Kitchen, and our mission is to provide hot, nutritious meals to anyone in need at no cost to them with care, dignity, and respect. Goodwill came to our aid when we were looking for a new home, and we've been very happy to work very closely with them. They have been generous enough to give us free space to allow at least 110 up to hopefully at some point 250 people free meals. I was working with Goodwill, and previously I used to be employed by Salvation Army. Both organizations have containers, as you know, that are used for storing and collecting all different goods. The money from those goods go to helping people in need in San Jose. I've been very impressed with both organizations and hope that we continue to allow nonprofits that are local, the funds from those donations to go to people in this area in need. Thank you for your time.
Matt Mazer, Charlene Nijme, Robert Williamson.
Hi, I'm Matt Manso. I would not have a job if it weren't for Goodwill. It's my first actual full-time job. So yeah, I can just say that it really matters what it does for us. Thank you.
Charlene Nime, Robert Williamson, Jim Canine.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Charlene Nijma, and I'm a member of the local Muwek-Maloney tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area. My family and I operate 7th Generation Recycling, a textile recycling company. My ancestors, like many Native Americans, have been stewards of the environment long before this country was colonized. In fact, my ancestors were the very first environmental activists. We started the Green Movement long before they called it that. We believe that we are and always have been in harmony with nature, and it is our duty to shield and protect our Mother Earth. And as our leaders, you too have the obligation to protect the environment. You must protect the environment above the interests of any company, whether they are for-profit or non-profit, and this ordinance San Jose is considering on the collection boxes does not consider the negative impact on the environment. It only serves to protect the interests of one company, and that is Goodwill Industries, by eliminating its competition. Led by lobbying efforts of Goodwill Industries, our cities, counties, and state have been proposing and some passing ordinances that have led to a more restrictive policy toward recycling of textiles by means of unattended donation boxes. Goodwill's website states their public policy agenda is aimed at helping to educate and influence legislators to safeguard the interests that provide funding and support for Goodwill core functions. In other words, they lobby government to protect their interests. And that's okay as long as they are not pushing an anti-environment or anti-competitive position. We Americans cherish our free markets. We protect the rights of all companies, big or small, to compete fairly and honestly. And above all, America protects its citizens' right to choose. We fully support any ordinance that regulates the maintenance, location, and service of these boxes.
Sorry, your time is up. Sorry, time is up. Robert Williamson, Jim Canine, Luis Lozoya.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name's Robert Williamson, and I'm the Veterans Programs Manager at Goodwill. I was also a client, homeless veteran, had been incarcerated. The one thing that I'm responsible for is funding for these programs. You can imagine the work that Goodwill does, the amount of funding that it takes to run these programs. By having these programs, it lessens the burden on the government, because without these programs, taxpayers are going to have to pay the bill. Without donations, we don't have these programs. Donations are going down, and these boxes are being strategically placed like right in front of a Goodwill. I saw one just the other day. So people get the misconception these boxes are Goodwill boxes when they're right in front of one of our stores. Therefore, these donations do not go to Goodwill. These donations are going for profit, and these profits are leaving our area rather than staying in here. I would beg to differ that these donations are staying in the city of San Jose once they're collected. So I would like you to take that into consideration, because without these donations, we no longer have these programs, and then it's going to cost the city a lot more. Thank you.
Jim Canine, Luis Lozoya, Mike Fox.
Mayor, council members, Jim Canine, proud San Jose resident and a board member of Goodwill Silicon Valley, in which capacity I'm here today. The mission of Goodwill is simple, powerful, and ambitious: to make sure there's work for everyone, regardless of severe barriers to employment. You've heard from some of them today, and only raise it again because I thought the Vice Mayor raised an interesting point, that when I, as a San Jose resident, give my donated goods to a charity, I'm expecting that I'm helping somebody nearby. Today, we really don't have a policy that encourages that kind of activity. Today, we really don't have a policy that can be enforced. Today, you have before you a policy that is reasonable, that can be enforced, and that can be the best of both worlds in terms of the public policy, stated by staff to help promote diversion, and do it in a way where our donated goods benefit all of us in our community. So we can have a win-win here. Achieve your diversion goals and make sure that we're helping people in our community with our donated goods, which is our expectation. Let me also just say that when we employ someone at Goodwill, they're employed here. They're spending money here. They're helping our general fund instead of those donated goods in so many cases from some others who have spoken today, where that money is really going out of our area, not benefiting our local community. Thank you.
Luis Lozoya, Mike Fox, Chris Shum.
Major, council members, my name is Luis Lozoya. I'm a loss prevention agent at the Goodwill of Silicon Valley. I am a graduate of one of the programs there, Good Guard program, which provides guard cards for security personnel. During the recession, I lost my position as an IT professional, and Goodwill gave me the opportunity to start a new career using those skills as well. I was hired by Goodwill as taking care of their camera systems and their RIM system, which is their point of sale systems. And I'm just really thankful for Goodwill, and I know that all the donations that go to Goodwill are being invested in the community, being sent to the proper place so that it helps the community and it helps the people of the San Jose city. And I just want to make sure that you take this into consideration, knowing that the donations that are in San Jose stay in San Jose and help San Jose. Thank you, guys.
Mike Fox, Chris Shum, Arthur Boone.
Mayor and Council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you on this issue. My name is Mike Fox, President and CEO of Goodwill, a San Jose-based social enterprise. We have diverted over 24 million pounds from landfill last year and every year, while employing over 650 people, many with barriers to employment. You only have to go to YouTube to view the numerous investigative reports on many of these companies that are for profit, that bring in donations. They bring up more questions than answers as legitimate news organizations attempt to peel back the veil of these questionable companies. The vast majority of donation bins mislead consumers into believing that donations will go to help San Jose or Santa Clara County residents, when in reality they are sold overseas for substantial profits. Some of these donation bin organizations have been linked to illegal activities overseas. This is not something we want in San Jose. Local nonprofits not only help the community, but impact our local economy through investment and job creation. Goodwill of Silicon Valley has invested more than $4 million in local construction projects here in San Jose in the last 2.5 years. What's important to know is that all the great programs that you heard today from Goodwill were funded by local donations. So because of that, I urge your support of the Mayor's and Vice Mayor Nguyen's memo. Thank you.
Chris Shum, Arthur Boone, Richard McCoy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the council. I want to thank Mr. Rocha and Ms. Nguyen for proposing this statute. I'm on the Goodwill of on the board of Goodwill. I've been its chair. You've heard a lot of people talk about its important mission, but remember, we are financing this with these recycled goods. You have franchises for your garbage collection. Okay, why is that? Because that's the best way to deliver the service. This is just the same exact thing. It's just another level of the recycling. It's another container. We do it manned and staffed because it's cleaner and you get a better sorting process. But these bins, they skim the cream off the top. Now, how could your recycler do that for you now, for your garbage contract? If all the good recyclables are taken off the top, they can't. And that's why this is an issue for us. You should have it franchised. The model works great with garbage collection. This is really part of it. It's just recycling collection. you're going to be able to do an RFP, we're more than happy to compete with these for-profits. But give us that opportunity. We can compete with them, we will compete with them, and still do all the important services that we do. But don't allow it to break up, to have all these multiple garbage collection or recyclers, because you know it doesn't work. It's not the way to do it. Thank you very much.
Arthur Boone, Richard McCoy, Martha O'Connell.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Arthur Boone. I live in Berkeley, California. I've worked in the recycling industry for 30 years. I have a small business called the Center for Recycling Research. I could tell you a lot of stories about textiles, but I'll tell you just two. From 1999 to 2003, I worked at the San Francisco dump. My job was to find reusable goods and to pack them in a trailer to go to Oregon for the St. Vincent de Paul. I collected stories from the public about why they brought it to the dump instead of giving it to a nonprofit. Well, the nonprofit doesn't go upstairs. They don't collect on Saturdays. A long list of reasons why people don't do this. The bins basically create an opportunity for a lot of people to get rid of stuff that they didn't have before. I think it's a valuable opportunity. It's a new marketing strategy. You have to realize there are 3 billion more people in the world than there were in 1970. And they all want to wear clothes. And the people who throw away more clothes than anybody in the world are here in the United States. And it's not a simple matter of creating jobs for local people. This is a worldwide market. It's been here for a couple of years. It's going to continue until the world's population gets under control. It's going to continue to be this kind of mess. I think it's a mistake to separate nonprofits and for-profits. I was in the maritime provinces of Canada about 2 years ago. I saw all these drop boxes. You know who put them up there? The Red Cross and who else had it? One of the other, and Salvation Army. I thought, why are they doing this? In the United States, it's a whole different bunch of people, all new players. But in the maritime provinces of Canada, that's the way you get clothes out of the, away from the population and into the proper markets. It's a worldwide market for used clothes. I think this is a much bigger thing. I think it's regrettable if you allow the distinction between profit and nonprofits to continue. Thank you very much.
Richard McCoy, Martha O'Connell, Steve Harshberger.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. As a person who contributes a lot of recyclable material to these containers, I feel violated if the merchandise and things I contribute do not end up serving the good of the public, do not end up serving some needy person or helping someone get a new start on life. When a misconception is presented about the general outcome and usage of these items, then I believe the public may be deceived and does not want to see these items end up down at the flea market in some landfill or sent out of the country, to want to keep them for people that use them here. And to helping other people is a big concern why so many people contribute to these things under the belief that it's going to really help somebody and that those people are going to benefit from it and it's going to serve the public interest and the public good. If this council has the ability to regulate and or control the usage of these containers so the public can be educated as to the proper usage and where this material is going to go, I believe that the usage and the contributions may go up and the goods will actually go to those who need it. Thank you.
Martha O'Connell, Steve Harshberger, Ross Signorino.
Well, I have a feeling I'm in the distinct minority, but that's okay. I don't want government telling me who I choose to give something to. That's my business. I do a eyeglass drive for folks in Africa. It doesn't bother me at all that it's not going to the folks in San Jose. I support the concept of a level playing field for profits and for both for-profit and nonprofit recycling. I don't need a mommy state telling me that a for-profit company is evil and a not-for-profit company is good. So I encourage you to have a level playing field. And yes, goodwill is great. I don't think the issue is what goodwill is doing or not doing. The issue is freedom of choice for those of us who choose to recycle. Thank you.
Steve Harshberger, Ross Signorino.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I think one of the issues that really hasn't been talked about are the It's right around 5 million tons goes into U.S. landfills worth of textiles every year. But California is 880,000 tons. And that releases as methane gas into the atmosphere, which creates global warming and destroys the ozone layer. The other thing I wanted to point out is there's a lot of stuff that's not being recycled. Goodwill recycles about 15% of what they get because their clothing has to be lightly worn or like new. So where does the rest of that stuff go? Where do the rest of those textiles go? And what are we going to leave to our children? That's all.
Russ Signorino.
I want to thank Vice Mayor Nguyen for articulating this subject. You brought a lot of things to light here, which was very good. A lot of people probably didn't know it. I know for myself, I could speak on that, not knowing a lot of things that you brought out. And I know I bring things to Goodwill, Salvation Army, and food banks on top of that. I feel confident that they're going to the right people when I do that. And I think it should be in that vein that people feel confident that when they bring things to these organizations, they feel good about it. Not only feel good, but confident that the fact that it goes to needy people. I don't think anything I can say more than what these people here in the audience articulated so well on this subject. And I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you all very much.
Ali Berkat.
Good afternoon, Chuck Mayor and council members. I'm Ali Barakat, Executive Director for Sunday Friends, a nonprofit organization who help very low-income families to break the cycle of poverty. I come from profit world, and this is my first experience of being in nonprofit, and you don't get a whole lot of help. Past year or so, we've been working with Goodwill, collaborating. They have provided us with office space, computer, laptops, desktop for the computer education for the families. They have provided us the goods, the basic necessities that our families need. I commend you to help the cause for supporting nonprofit organizations. Thank you.
That concludes the public testimony. We'll bring this back for some council discussion, ultimately a decision. Staff, I had a question that occurred to me as I was listening to this. I'm not really sure why we need unattended collection boxes at a city policy level. Forget the profit, nonprofit issues. So why do we need any unattended boxes? I have an unattended box. I put it out in front of my house every Friday morning. It's called my recycling bin. And there's no reason why textiles have to go to the landfill when we have a recycling program. So why do we need them?
Right. Well, right now you can recycle your textiles if you put it in a clean plastic bag and tie it up and drop it in that same recycle bin. So the city does provide that service to all of its residents. This has been part of our code for many years. And I believe the genesis of having regulations for unattended collection boxes was that so we could regulate the ability of that collection to happen on private property in terms of the commercial and industrial districts. So the boxes do not pertain to our residential areas or our agricultural or open space zoning districts. So this is apart from the regular garbage and recycling services that the municipal government currently provides.
So as we look at what to do going forward, whether it's a franchise or some other model like you mentioned for the cigarette licensing, I don't think we're required to allow unattended boxes. I don't see that there's a legal requirement to allow them. And the Supreme Court just told us yesterday we still have land use authority, which is always good to know. And the question is whether or not there's a policy reason to have unattended boxes, which you don't need to have the answer for that today, but I think that's an important question as we go forward. Councilmember Liccardo.
Thanks, Mayor. I thought that was an interesting and provocative question. I actually have more questions than I have answers on this. And I noticed we've got some of our
folks from ESD here. I'm looking at Carrie and Joe. I'm wondering if either of you have any position, or the department's taking any position about what is the optimal outcome in terms of our waste diversion recycling efforts, or is our current curbside collection adequate, or both with regard to whether we're making a distinction between nonprofit and for-profit, whether we constrain the number of boxes or whether we allow boxes at all. Just be interested if you have a position.
Good afternoon, Carrie Romano, Environmental Services Director. Joe and I will collaborate on our department response. You know, I think the city's position is that if you all believe they add value, then we can support a process that that meets the community needs. From a diversion standpoint, curbside collection doesn't result in a high-quality product that's readily marketable. It tends to get soiled and otherwise damaged. But the nonprofits can also provide a recycling service, as could for-profit organizations, in a different manner than collection boxes.
So just in terms of just trying to meet our waste recycling goals and our goals of getting to 0% by 2022 and all that, does it make a difference to have unattended boxes out there in the city, or is the pre-existing infrastructure of Goodwill and other nonprofits, is that sufficient?
We have not seen a material increase in our diversion rate as these collection boxes have started to populate the city. So several years ago, we really didn't see very many unattended collection boxes, and we haven't seen our diversion rate increase. So we don't know, are people just not donating are they donating in a different path? So now they're using the collection boxes, whereas they used to do it in a different manner.
Yeah, it seems like it's an open question whether we're just diverting from a diversion or whether we're actually seeing an increase, and it sounds like you're saying we don't think there's an increase in recycling.
Just wanted to clarify, the clothing that we collect for our system, gets compacted in trucks. Some of it ends up in the garbage stream. Residents may not know they can recycle it. It's not a completely intuitive behavior. If they put it in the recycling system and may or may not bag it, then it gets compacted with all the other stuff in the recycling system, many of which is wet, can be dirty. Then it goes to our recycling facility. It is a cost for our haulers to process that material through our recycling system, and the end product is usually good for the rag market. It's not reused into clothing, so it's more cost effective to us to have those items removed from our system before they go in the recycling cart or the garbage cart, which I think some of them are still going into.
Okay, and I'll ask this question one different way just to see if I could. It sounds like you'd prefer not to take any explicit position about what's the optimal way, but let me just ask it directly. What's the best way for us to be diverting the clothing from the waste stream?
The best way is to get residents to donate, whether that's to the existing nonprofits or through collection boxes. Both of those pathways make the most sense from a diversion standpoint. I think, as some of the speakers touched on, it does need to be relatively user-friendly. So I know that there are many ways that many of the organizations collect waste. Some of them will ask you to put it in a bag and they'll drive by on your street and pick it up. Other organizations, companies host collection events, particularly during the holidays at their places of business. So there's a lot of ways to collect the material. Our least preferable way is through the curbside collection system.
Okay, thank you. I guess and thanks for, I know I put you on the spot without giving you any heads up, so thank you. I had a question for Rick about what's proposed under paragraph 1, which looks a lot like a sort of a moratorium, and I know we've been through that before a couple times. Is that something under state law we can do today, or do we need to come back, or how's that look?
We will come back with an ordinance. That's the proposed direction, and we would come back with an ordinance that would cover these items, which would be to limit the number of authorized boxes to those that are currently permitted or those where an application is on file as of a certain date, that date being today.
So as I recall, when we went through this a couple times before, under the state law, there has to be some health or safety
Well,
imperative.
that's the moratorium.
Okay.
This is not a moratorium. What we're doing
This is a cap.
we're coming back with an ordinance that essentially caps it, yes.
Okay. I'm trying to understand. I understand the distinction. I'm not sure I understand the difference. So
Well,
if
there is
there's more than 15 boxes out there today, right?
Right, there is a distinction, there is a difference. The clear distinction is that you have to make necessary findings,
Right.
health and safety findings, as to why you have to impose an immediate moratorium, and then there's a timeout period, and then you have time to renew. And it basically says stop. This is a proposal to come back with an ordinance that regulates an existing number, and it does propose a cap, but we're comfortable that you could put a date certain today, and with those that are, let's call it the pipeline,
Right.
that are currently pending before planning and accept those applications.
Okay. I understand your point. I guess it feels an awful lot like a moratorium because we already know there are more than 15 boxes out there. So it seems like we're not accepting.
Wouldn't the difference be with a moratorium, you're not issuing any more permits?
Right.
Okay.
With a cap, you've got a number, and you could have some drop off, and then you would backfill with other permits, I presume.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I lost my train of thought, but you had a question about, the number of permits. The number of authorized, there are a number of boxes out there that aren't permitted. So this doesn't grandfather those unauthorized boxes. It only allows those that are actually permitted.
Okay. I think I get it. So I appreciate all the members of the public who came out to speak, and frankly, I was very impressed and really inspired by several of the stories that came from many of the participants in Goodwill. I'm interested in hearing my colleagues' insights. I recognize there are many competing needs here, certainly recycling and waste diversion. I also think we want to do no harm to the very noble mission of Goodwill and other nonprofits that are involved. And I really would like to minimize enforcement costs and bureaucracy here, because I think the last thing all of us want is having a lot of code enforcement and police time spent dealing with boxes. And so I'm really hopeful whatever solution we land on is going to be one that does not involve police and code enforcement spending a significant amount of time on this issue, because there are enormous issues out there in our community that they're not able to deal with, given our scarcity of resources. So I'm interested in hearing more, but I really want to see a path that is simple with very, very little bureaucracy.
Councilor Rocha.
Cool. Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to piggyback on what Councilmember LICCARDO just said and really reiterate that's where I started and that's where I'm ending up, and that's what led me to support this memorandum. Let me also mention that I met with a number of industry reps as well on this item. So for me, getting into this issue was what's the public interest and what's the public benefit, and if I could find the answer to those two, then I felt like I was doing my job. What I didn't want to get into was another situation with the medicinal marijuana issues and picking the cap and spending 3.5 hours here us discussing what the number should be. That wasn't my interest. I was trying to get to a point where we got past the cap issue and just talked about a solution at the end of the day. The enforcement issue became really important to me because let's just say hypothetically we came at a cap of 3 or a cap of 300. As we've learned with the medicinal marijuana issue, in terms of our staffing and enforcement, we may not likely have gotten to the ones that are not legal at all, or at least in the short term. And for me, that wasn't a good outcome. So I was very supportive of establishing the cap at the number that we have permitted now while we decide what the best outcome will be. Trying to find out where to land on this issue to talk about where my thoughts are. I mean, diversion, proliferation, blight, enforcement, public interest, public benefit. And I really don't want to go on and on about this, but what I felt at the end of the day was what we could control was our own properties. And if there is a public benefit to have at this, that was my interest in the RFI, because we can find that out. So in the meantime, we have a cap. We hold where we're at. We don't have a new proliferation. And we find out what a potential benefit is from the nonprofit side. If that public benefit, in my opinion, when we get our responses to the RFI, is not as great a public benefit as I hope for, there's nothing stopping us from doing an RFI for-profit companies. So, and my interest also is not that this RFI is exclusive to Goodwill, so to speak. I have an interest in this diversion issue, but I also have an interest in the donation component, which I'd like to see some public benefit of folks who truly are donating, as Chris Shum mentioned, and they'd like to see those materials go to somebody. That's not everybody's interest, but I think there's a good amount of folks that would like to see that happen. So if we did limit these to public property that the city owns, it's pretty clear that we'd have a number of boxes and which ones are legal or not. And at that point, I think it would be a lot easier for us to enforce. I know quite well, and I'm sure the rest of my colleagues do, with all the calls that we get and the emails we get on the health and safety issues, asking for code enforcement help on a house that's, you know, a problem house, so to speak, on a street, or whether it's the medicinal marijuana clubs. And I've got a resident telling me there's folks getting using the medicinal marijuana in front of their house, and I'm very frustrated with the answer that I'm giving them, which is, I'm sorry, this is a low priority, and given the staffing issues, we can't get to this. I can imagine if we put a cap of whether 100 it is, and we get calls, there's an unattended box with some clothes out there, can you get to it? I don't believe we're going to get to that, and I just truly don't want to go down another path where I'm very frustrated with telling the residents, I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to respond to your issue. So then I looked at this issue and said, what could we control? It's our city property, we can control that. We can probably assure that they're going to be well maintained. So that's where I thought I'd start for the moment. We come back with that RFI, we take a look at it. Is there a public benefit? Are we getting diversion? Are we reducing the numbers that are currently out there? And if that's not still the case, then I'm happy to consider another approach. But having gone down this path, as I mentioned with the medicinal marijuana, I just truly wanted to start from a place where what can we do to find a public benefit and a good outcome based upon the limited resources we have. I hope that helps answer your question, because I struggle with the same issue that you raised, and I completely agree with all the thoughts and comments that you shared, and I'm hoping that this outcome would be in the best interest of the city of San Jose and the residents we serve. Thank you.
Councilmember Herrera.
Well, I wasn't the first one to compare it to the medical marijuana issue, but it does remind me of it in some respects. It seems like we're trying to solve a lot of different things with this, and as others have said, I don't even know where to begin, but we're trying to solve blight because apparently there are way too many boxes, and I guess I just wanted to ask, how many do we have? Do we know how many we have in the city of San Jose?
We currently have 18 pending applications with the City of San Jose. We had 20 earlier that were approved, but now those permits have all expired.
So we have...
So basically, none of the boxes that are out there today, the unattended boxes, are legal.
Do we have any idea of how many there are?
I don't have that data.
Okay. I think I saw some in here, 100, probably more than that, out there. So no one has a hazard a guess on that. So it looks like, again, you know, it seems like we're trying to control the number in this. We're looking at what the public is trying to do when they are making the donation. And I think folks from Goodwill and others that support Goodwill and other nonprofits have made a good point that, you know, I think the public has a right to know if what they're contributing to is going to benefit someone, if it is a nonprofit situation versus it just being recycled and sold for profit. I think that kind of disclosure definitely needs to be there, no matter what we do. I think that's important. I think also the idea that Goodwill and other nonprofits are doing more than just recycling. They're also helping folks recycle into jobs, and that's a benefit. That's an economic development benefit for the city, and that's very important. I also wanted to ask, you know, I guess the city attorney maybe's opinion on treating the nonprofits and the profits differently, incenting one and not the other. And I didn't see RFI. Maybe I missed it in the memo, but Councilmember Rocha was talking about an RFI. Is it actually in there? Okay, so we are actually looking at doing an RFI. If we only sent it to nonprofits and we didn't allow
Are you talking about the proposal? With
Yeah, I'm talking about the memo
Yeah,
and the
and
proposal.
this would be use of city property for
Right.
unattended boxes and nonprofits only. And I think you can come up with the standard is a rational basis test. It's an economic regulation. You would need to have some basis. I think the vice mayor in her opening comments alluded to the work that nonprofits do to facilitate almost city goals, that helping the homeless, helping people disadvantaged get work, and the good work they do. So I think clearly you would have a rational basis for making the distinction, and we would be comfortable with that.
And we're seeing, in terms of the application, so we wouldn't be, I think the mayor made the point, if we had a certain number that were accepted and then some went out of business, then that would mean there could be new applications. But on this memo, it's saying no applications after May 7th.
The memo, as I understand it, it says no more applications after today.
Right. So if we set a number and some of those went out of business or moved out, then could we have new ones to replace those? Under this, it seems like the answer would be no.
I think that would have to
continue to shrink.
That would have to come back, and maybe as part of the ordinance that comes back, we would deal with that. But I'm looking at a little, to the extent they expire, how would you want to, and people don't renew them?
If they expire and they don't renew them, then the box needs to be removed. It depends on really the drafting of the ordinance.
Yeah.
If the intention is to amortize and really to stop having unattended donation boxes, we can write it such that no new applications can be submitted at all. Or we're just saying, for purposes of establishing the cap and determining the number, we're using the May 7th date. So we have a starting point and can be able to define that clearly.
And I'm in total agreement with my colleagues' previous comments about not wanting to use code enforcement resources, police resources, additional city resources to police these boxes. So I too would be interested in in a solution here that requires the least amount of policing on it. But I am concerned. I can't say that the for-profit folks that are out there on private property are not doing anything worthwhile. I'm wondering why we couldn't have the RFI for the city located places, but also still contemplate having those on private property. It seems like the memo is going in the direction of eliminating that. I don't know if I'm totally there yet. I want to hear more of what my colleagues have to say, but to understand that better.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. First, I want to apologize for stepping in and out because I was also looking at the police arbitration hearing. I found that very interesting, so apologize for that. One, I think from a standpoint that growing up here, I've certainly utilized and donated to Goodwill, Salvation Army, and the door-to-door service of hope. And I think in many of the testimonials of the speakers talked about the good services they all provide. At the same time, we have traffic signal boxes in the city, which are often viewed as objects that people go, why is that there? It's this box, and my colleagues, we've been putting art on them for the last year or so, right? So the question is, why do I even need these all together? I have traditional providers where people have historically donated, and those services come back to the community, and the residents have been used to drop off or door-to-door pickup. So for me, on this standpoint, profit versus nonprofit, whatever different type of system, resources of the city, I think all good dialogue here today. Being that I have the opportunity just to simply ban them, I would just simply ban them. No one is calling me and saying, God, I need one by my house. Can you get me one? No one's saying that. Most of the people traditionally donate to these services and or churches. There's probably numerous amount of private collections of churches that, a warm coat, those types of things. And for me, I'd fall on that side of the fence. I just don't see the need, and there's obviously the issues of unattended boxes not being collected and people throwing trash into them and other different things, and we just never have had it. And so I don't really think that's here. I'm looking at staff recommendation and the memo from my colleagues, and I would just simply ask the city attorney, based on how this is agendized today, could a motion be made to simply ban the boxes?
You could direct us to come back with an ordinance doing that, but we couldn't take that action today.
Understood. Well, that's where I would be on the item. So outside of that, I couldn't see supporting any of the items to continue these boxes. I would prefer just straight out ban. I'll refrain from making a substitute motion at this time out of respect for the current motion on the table, but certainly if any of my colleagues are interested in a straight out ban, that's where I would like to go.
Councilor KHAMIS.
I hate bans. I just want to ask you about something. I just can't. Can I ask you how many? Okay, so if we're cutting off these permits by today, how many permits will we have? I just want to be clear. I heard 18 boxes total.
We have 18 pending applications.
So, okay, how many are currently permitted outside these 18?
0.
Wow. Whew. Okay, so we're going to have 18 boxes. I think I have more than 18 boxes in my neighborhoods. I'm hesitant to ban them, and I'm hesitant to punish the people who I met with. I have to admit, I met with a majority of the people sitting in this audience. I'm hesitant to ban them because I think the people who are doing these things responsibly are in the audience, and the people who are not doing things responsibly are not here. I have a whole mess of these green boxes in my district that don't have phone numbers, that don't have emails, they don't have that they're a for-profit or non-profit. They don't have anything on them except for recycle and a green box, and I think it's, you know, although I hate to punish the good acting people by doing this, I'm going to lean towards supporting my colleagues' memos here, and I just want to ask my colleagues and whoever if we can extend the deadline from May 7th at least to maybe 1 month from June 7th perhaps, to at least get the people who want to, you know, we're talking about 18 for a city of 220 square miles. I think, you know, that is a bit small.
Councilmember, and I'm going to ask planning staff to help on this. I understand 18 applications for permit, but each permit doesn't mean one box. It doesn't mean one box, or could it be one permit covering multiple boxes?
One permit can cover multiple boxes, and part of the ordinance that's been brought before you would limit one permit to a single property owner. So if it covers multiple locations, those have to be under common ownership. That's part of the draft ordinance, but historically that isn't the case. But it has been staff's practice to direct these towards one permit per location.
So, and I could respond here.
So it is basically 18, maybe if it's a big property, we're talking about 36. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Don.
Oh, no, I was going to respond to your second point, but staff wants to finish.
I think it would be 18. You know, as you say, there may be a large property where you might see more than one, but I don't think it would be much more than that. And again, that's something that we would probably seek to clarify in an ordinance that we brought back for final action on this item.
And then to answer your question about extending, I'd ask you why we'd want to extend it, and you kind of alluded to why, because you think the small amount really wouldn't serve the city of San Jose. But excuse me, having been here for the medicinal marijuana thing, then we're going to get into the discussion up here of how many is the right number, and did we reach it? And then on top of that, then I go back to the issue that I struggle with most, which is, let's just say hypothetically we extended it for a month and another 18 or 20 came in. Is that a good number for the city of San Jose? Well, absent that, we'd still have all the other boxes that are out there you spoke about, and they're all illegal, and we're not getting to them, and haven't heard from staff that we're going to get to them at any time soon. So they're still going to be out there serving the city of San Jose between now, and I can't tell you, and unfortunately I don't think staff can tell us, even if we did establish some program, whether it was for-profit or non-profit, and we capped them, put them on city properties, even after that date, how quickly would we get to the ones that are illegal, and how soon would they be removed, and how high of a priority that would be? So I understand what you're saying, but I still think they're going to be there no matter what action we take today. That probably doesn't give you good comfort in terms of making sure we're at the right number, but I think there's going to be plenty of them out there to serve the city of San Jose, in my opinion. And again, that's just my opinion. I don't know if the other two individuals on the memo have a different approach to it.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So my understanding is that since we have 18 pending applications, assuming that they pay the fees and they go through the process and they'll get their permits, in a month or so or whenever they get them, that would mean that we would have at least 18 legitimate operators. And so, in a city with 1 million people, I don't mind. I don't have a problem extending this for another month. I think that for the folks who are actually operating now with an expired permit, maybe that will give them the opportunity to come in after, depends on what we do with this issue today. If the motion passes, then that will give them an opportunity to come in and actually go through the permitting process. So I would be okay with extending it for another month.
Oh, thank you.
Is it okay with the seconder of the motion? It's a friendly amendment, I guess.
Again, I'm not sure what we're trying to get to. And if it's enough boxes to serve the city of San Jose, we have enough boxes to serve the city of San Jose. So I understand it might be about legalizing the ones we have. But whether they're legal or not, they're going to be there and they're going to be used. And
well, I'd like the opportunity to see if we can actually, enforce the ones that are illegal. And if we do that, we end up with 18 legal boxes. And so, my point is to give the opportunity to some of these people who may want to invest in putting a few more of their boxes out and give them a month's time. I'm asking if not a year's time.
Yeah, so if I could, so the first community meeting we had on this that you did with industry folks in the community was, I saw it in the memo. Could you refresh my memory? It's 2000 and we did the priority setting, and then you started the process of community meetings. I think the point, as they're looking for that, I think the point is these folks have been, as a number of them that I met with, as I'm sure you did, talked about, they've been involved in the process and giving feedback to staff as stakeholders. They've known the whole time that this is an issue for San Jose. This is an issue for us. We're looking to, whatever it is, deal with the proliferation and the blight and the nuisance and the siting of them and the garbage associated. They've had every opportunity to come in and get it permitted. Every opportunity. All those individuals. For 6-8 months now?
Right. We conducted our first community meeting on this issue on June 4th, 2012. The second one, November 15th.
So almost a year now they've known.
And then most recently in March of this year.
It's been quite some time. I appreciate where you're trying to get to provide those legitimate businesses, because there are a number of those folks, and I think you're right. The ones that I met with are doing it right. It's those bad apples that have ruined the cart, and now we're left to trying to deal with this issue with short resources as a city.
Yeah, well, let me be more clear. Then these people who are good actors can actually approach some of these shopping malls and say, hey, we are the legal actors in the next month or so. Do you want our box, or because the city's going to take away those two that you have in your shopping center? Because a lot of the shopping centers, I don't think, understand that their boxes are going to be removed. And so that's why I wanted the opportunity for them to be able to approach the businesses that are assuming they're doing things the right way.
So I think here's the problem that I run into with that, and it's a philosophical end of where we're both going in this. In my mind, being able to manage these on private property at some point is not going to be within our wherewithal. So if we're going to be at some point maybe considering removing these from public or private property and moving to public property, or maybe none at all, to Councilmember Oliveira's point of a ban, why are we even allowing more to be permitted legally? But again, it's a different end game, I guess, where you're coming from and I come from. So I think that's where I'm struggling with. If at the end of the day, I'm not interested in having more legal ones in any form on private property that we have to deal with in terms of a cap number, we have to deal with citing, we have to deal with calls for code enforcement of garbage associated with them. If we don't have the resources to do that, then why are we even going down the path of legalizing more of them? And I understand what you're saying, but I hope that helps you understand where I'm coming from.
I do, and I have issues with the ones that I have in my district. Again, I want them to be I want the boxes that are in my district to be the ones that are legal, that we're getting permits for, and I actually also believe that we are benefiting by reducing. I know that Goodwill is doing a fantastic job. I know that they are, because I've already toured the facility, but I know that we are getting some benefit from diversion of some waste And I don't, and people are very convenience-oriented these days, and they do things because it's convenient, it's close to them. So I do believe that there is some benefit of having them around, and that's the only reason why I'm even asking for this 1 month.
And the memo is written in such a manner, we revisit this at the RFI, and if that's a different approach at that point, we can always revisit the issue of whether or not we want to move to private property, we want to ban, and we want to add more. This, to me, was a holding pattern while we try and find an outcome that has the greatest public benefit to that, whatever that public benefit may be.
But I also assume that the RFI in the second portion was strictly for nonprofits, and that's what I understood from the memo.
That's where the start would be, and if we get those RFIs back and it's just really generally not a public benefit that the rest of this council feels is strong enough, then we can open it up to for-profit and see what kind of public benefit we can get there, whether it's funds for the city of San Jose, whether it's funds to enforce the illegal ones, whether it's funds for us to use on our homeless outreach, whatever that may be. I'm looking for a public benefit at the end of the day, and that's what I want to find out first before we go down the path of more of them or less of them or whatever that may be. It was more of a holding pattern.
Well, again, I don't think that we're that far apart. I just
No, I don't either.
I would hope that we can, I don't know if the rest, if you're willing to accept the 1 month, I'd be appreciative, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, well, I don't think we have a friendly amendment to extend it a month based on a conversation I just heard between the vice mayor and the seconder of the motion. So the motion stands with the May 7th date, at least for the moment. Councilmember Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Not to throw a wrench in this, but I've got some other questions that might make it more confusing. So, Laurel, with the 18 pending applications, how many? So, are they part of the 20 that expired, or are any of them part of the 20 that have just expired?
About 4 of them are part of the 20 that expired.
And then the rest are new applications?
That's staff's understanding.
Are any of them for-profit, or is it a mix of for-profit and nonprofit, or we don't know?
We don't, we're neutral on for-profit and nonprofit.
So then assuming that the 18, go through the process, you approve them, and assuming, we pass the memo before us, could we have some of them that fall into legal non-conforming status, just based on some of them might be for-profit?
No.
What happens to the for-profits then?
Well, again, I think we still have some of the details of the ordinance to work out with all of you. The ordinance, as recommended by the Planning Commission, did recommend the nonprofit status be clearly identified, and a preference for the nonprofit operators. So that appears to be the memo or the motion before you, is to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation on that. Basically, at this point, we do not have approved permits. So none of them, if you see boxes out there today, they may have a pending permit, but they haven't received their permit yet. So there's no way we could have a legal non-conforming because no one's conforming. No one's been approved.
Okay, but so I guess I'm trying to skip ahead or think ahead as to what we ultimately do today and what the status of these applicants are going to be. The memo sounds like let's try to make, to do an RFI, focus on the nonprofits. And if that passes, and some of these 18 are for-profit, then, we've got another dilemma there. What do we do with those that are for-profit? And, there's a number of businesses that operate legal non-conforming because of, they happen to get in before we've made a land use policy change or action.
Right.
So is that sort of what we're looking at?
Well, I think we would appreciate having direction from the council. Since we have 18 pending applications, our current rules are neutral in terms of profit or nonprofit status. If the direction from the council is do not complete your processing of the pending applications until the new ordinance is in effect, that way it's a level playing field. Everyone will be evaluated according to one set of rules. We're happy to live, with that direction. if the council says, you know, you already have 18 pending applications, continue to work with them, and if they can be approved under the rules today, May 7 rules, then so be it, and they could, their permit would run for 1 year, at which point they could reapply.
Okay, so before I go on, I do want to disclose, I did speak to representatives from Seventh Generation, Goodwill Industries, and us again. So my next question will be to Rick. So given that we're not proposing a moratorium, but we're proposing a cap, and if some fall, you know, decide they don't want to have boxes anymore, and we only have a certain amount that we're only accepting a certain amount to be to apply, and apparently today's the date, that is the cutoff date. That would basically mean that we wouldn't be able to add any additional to get up to the cap number.
Well, I think, and Laurel alluded to it, that's an area where we would want more direction.
Okay.
Because if in fact what you're saying is that a cap which is retroactive, when we come back with the ordinance, which is retroactive until to today, and that's, let's say it's 18, just for purposes of the discussion, then as permits drop out, it's really up to the council to say, and you can accept new permits to get you to the 18, as opposed to attrition and, you know, they all go away.
Similar to what we did with payday lending.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Good example.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm not going to get into the bushes on this one. I think the memo is, I mean, it's not what everybody wants. It's not, it doesn't have everything I would like to see, but it's a great start. And, you know, I'm going to support the memo. I would ask, thinking ahead and trying to put as much for staff to go and evaluate, I was wondering if the maker of the motion would accept a friendly amendment to give staff more direction, and the amendment would be under section 2A, conducting an analysis of potential sites for placement of unattended collection boxes, also establishing appropriate zoning districts, complete with an analysis on minimums of setbacks from public right-of-way, setbacks from residential properties, appropriate places to place the boxes. For example, in my council district, there was actually a box on someone's front yard next to a trail, and you know, the Lower Silver Creek Trail. And so, I mean, to me, you know why that makes people's blood boil. I mean, that's just completely unacceptable. And so if we can further have staff at least give more parameters so that whatever we end up with, there's some land use requirements.
Yes, I would accept that.
Okay,
That's
thank
okay
you.
with the seconder, so that
Okay,
friendly
thank you.
amendment. Councilor KALRA.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilor Rocha for at least starting this discussion, making some effort into trying to guide us in some direction, because I don't think any of us know exactly where this is going to end up, but we do need to have some sense of how we want staff to approach it, given the fact that, or with the understanding that staff may come back with something that we don't even anticipate yet at this point, and that's okay. And I do believe, and it's, you know, even for the for-profit vendors, it's a tough act to follow, to come after Goodwill and all the great services Goodwill does, and to say, hey, we're here too. And so I recognize that, but you know, Goodwill and some of the other organizations that have been involved in our community, many other communities, for a very long time, I think that they've earned a lot of that goodwill, so to speak, through their actions. And so that's certainly, I think, when looking at the Planning Commission and even some of the discussion that council has had, as well as some of the general direction from the memo, I think it recognizes that, but it also doesn't presume that we know that's the exact right way to go. But it does allow for the preliminary assessment to allow us to have that discussion. I do think that I'm okay with the cap as of today, given the fact that you can always expand the number, you can always expand something, but once you give legal status, it's very hard to take it back. And so if we don't know what the right number is, as to Councilmember Rocha's point, why would we allow for more while the analysis is still occurring? And it's similar to the argument that was made by a number of folks here that 10 was the right for medical cannabis, as opposed to more, in that you can always add more after you start with that initial number. And so I think that in that sense, this memo gives us a holding pattern for a while by having a 1-year permit term. With 1-year renewals, I think it gives us some time. It gives us the course of this next year to figure out if there are other options out there, like an RFI exclusive of nonprofits, or maybe something else works more appropriately. There's been mention of an outright ban. I don't know if that's the best course of action if we do also take into account our goals of diversion goals. There may very well be a good public policy to have some ordinance or some rules in place regarding these unintended boxes. This is a new phenomenon. And I guess we oftentimes have to deal with issues that come up that, we have plenty of stuff on our plate, our staff has plenty on their plate, but this is part of what happens when you're living in an organic community and things come up and we have to deal with them. And this is one of those issues. I do believe, and this is something that when I promoted the policy for the e-stewardship to ensure that the e-waste recyclers the city uses that the materials are tracked to make sure they're responsibly recycled. I do see somewhat of a parallel here in that although we think about the clothes drop-off and think about the diversion of textiles from landfills, that's one of the first thoughts that comes to our mind in addition to it going potentially to a good service provider. I think most people in the public, yes, they want to get rid of their stuff, but I do think they believe it's going to a good cause. I think that when they're dropping off the boxes, that's at least their belief, regardless of what might be on the box. I know there are some state rules as to whether that have to be placed, certain language has to be put on the box as to whether it's a for-profit or not. But a number of the boxes have the look and the green and environmental, and also talks about the recycling. And I think that it just goes along the same message that it's going to go to someone that's going to be able to use it. There was a discussion during the Planning Commission of marking the boxes, and I know that there are some state rules, and I don't know if you have any thoughts, Laurel, as to whether as was suggested by some of the planning commissioners, I believe, during their discussion, whether the city should also maybe contemplate that as well, having a unique marking system if we are going to eventually go down the path of having for-profit or non-profit unattended boxes.
I think we did add in the proposed ordinance some labeling, just so that way we would be able to discern at least a contact person, as I recall. So that way, if there was a concern or if things were flowing out, a member of the public or code enforcement could call the operator of the box. So I think there was some labeling already in the draft ordinance that is before you. And I do need to correct an earlier statement that I made. I apologize. The memo before you, the motion before you, is just the staff recommendation. It's not the Planning Commission's recommendation regarding the nonprofit status. So I apologize that I was reading too quickly and didn't quite catch that. So the Planning Commission added that if the council were interested in the labeling on the nonprofit, that would be clearly distinguishable, so that way the public would know who is benefiting from the donation. But the motion before you is not that specific for private property.
Yeah, I think it's the memo that's been put forward that discusses the nonprofit component of it. And so so it is contemplated to have labeling that distinguishes nonprofit, so city-specific labeling that distinguishes nonprofit from profit, as well as a contact number?
Not on private property. So there are two elements in the motion that's before you. For private property, it would essentially be the ordinance that staff has drafted in coordination with the city attorney's office, with the additional parameters under 1A, B, C, and D with respect to the cap and valid applications, et cetera. Point 2 is regarding city property. in which we would do the request for interest for the nonprofits. So that's kind of two separate issues.
So yeah, and so the second issue is you're essentially just going to do an analysis of what that process might look like and see if there's an appropriate course of action. First looking at nonprofits, and then we can subsequently discuss it. But on the first point then, and Rick, I don't know, is there anything that prevents us from having a city-specific rule that requires labeling or with the contact number and all that? Because blight has been mentioned by a number of folks up here, and we definitely know the boxes. We know that there are some boxes that do create blight, and if there is both a label indicating profit versus nonprofit, as well as a contact information if that's troubling a neighborhood.
Let me ask Sandy Lee on my staff, because it's the question of whether or not we're preempted under state law or state law governs. I think we can add, but go ahead.
Councilmember, the draft ordinance would require a disclosure of the contact name and information for the operator of the box, as well as the property owner of the site on which it's located. If the council wanted to add a requirement to disclose nonprofit or for-profit status, that would be fine.
Okay, and this is contemplated for those boxes on private property, the contact number and all that?
Yeah, it's not in the draft ordinance, but if that's what council wanted to add, then that would be okay.
Well, I would like at least staff to consider it in terms, well, let me, Vice Mayor, I mean, what are your thoughts about having that added as part of the draft ordinance, to have the contact information of the owner as well as whose property it's on, and something stating whether it's for-profit or nonprofit?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, we're very concerned about disclosure, and I think that's just bring more to light, the disclosure portion of this. So,
okay, thank you. Yes, I'd ask for that friendly amendment.
Yeah, it's okay with the seconder, so that'll be another friendly amendment.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Herrera.
Yeah, I just wanted to know from staff, so the boxes that will be out there, we've all talked about boxes that are not going to be covered, that aren't going to be permitted, that some of those might be considered blight. Do we have a policy of sending out any notices to the owner of the building or the shopping center or wherever they might be located to let them know about that? So they could have them removed? Is that part of it?
Right. That's one of our tools in this era of limited code enforcement, is to contact the owner through a letter identifying whatever the violations might be, if it's a box or landscaping that needs to be improved or weeds or whatever the issue is. And a lot of times we do get voluntary compliance from a property owner. It's when we have to ratchet up that we start having some challenges with limited enforcement resources.
I was just thinking in terms of this new, or if, assuming this passes and it starts to move forward, that it would be good to be able to inform those owners of property or buildings that maybe the box they have, these are the approved ones, and so they would know then, they could be proactive in getting rid of the ones that aren't, especially if they're the ones that are causing the problems. I don't know if that's practical or...
Yeah, I think it's the proactive piece that will be challenging for us, because right now we do respond on a complaint basis. So we could do the reverse. We would know which are the 18 that are approved, and then that would mean everyone else would presumably not be legal and would need to have enforcement. But for us to then craft a letter for all of those shopping areas. Yeah,
fair enough.
Thank you.
The other question I have was about the RFI. So if I'm understanding this, it's kind of patterned after what we've done with our commercial waste and other, RFIs, followed by RFPs, followed by selecting a vendor. So my concern would be the cost of managing this and how would that work out economically for the city and for the nonprofit provider, because they'd have to pay some fees in order to cover the cost. Can you address that a little bit?
Well, thank you for your sensitivity to the cost that's involved just in preparing and writing an RFI, doing the outreach, and then the subsequent steps. We've been talking internally in terms of which department could handle this from a staff capacity standpoint, and how we would coordinate internally with the city manager's office. So I think we might need to do a little bit of a staff assessment just to understand how much resources could we put into this how much might it overlap with other efforts that we have going on, all the great work that ESD is doing. So I don't know what that total cost would be, but I defer to our Assistant City Manager for any other guidance.
Thank you. I think it's clearly an issue that we'd want to take a look at between Planning, Building, Code Enforcement, ESD, our office, and see what magnitude of staff effort would be required in order to do this as simply as possible, but recognizing there are perhaps some implications of taking on the project.
Yes, so I mean, and by the way, I want to thank my council colleagues, Vice Mayor and the Mayor and Councilmember Rocha for addressing this. It is a huge it's a huge issue to get our arms around. It involves so many different facets. But I hope that we have a chance to analyze it. We listen to what staff has to say, and that this idea of an RFI is an interesting idea, but I would not want to support it if it turns out to be something that's not going to be wise for us financially and has unintended consequences. So I would want to hear, I'm hoping that this motion is for staff to take a look at this and come back. It's not set in concrete that we're going the direction with the RFI. Something we're going to take a look at. I hope that's part of the motion. Okay.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it seems as though in the last, 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes, we've had a level of complexity and options and staff time. And, actually for many of the things we've discussed on this council, this is certainly a variety pack. And if I ever return to the classroom and teach government, that's definitely going to use one of these scenarios. But this item, unlike medical cannabis, we don't have a state-passed proposition by the voters that said you must provide safe access to donate at any commercial parking lot that's available in the city. We did have that with the other topic. And I think that was a real conundrum. So really, this is all on us. There's no federal law mandating this on us. There's no city or state law. The county's not going to sue us if we don't do it. So this really comes back on us. And, these other folks that we mentioned that are taking the donations, many of them occupy storefronts, which actually is nice because it fills vacant retail space. It provides some level of activity for centers. And we all know that. We have centers that are, not the best centers, right? They always have a space that's empty, and you'd sort of like to see those be filled. And, if there's folks that want to get in the business of, they certainly can rent the space and pay a landlord that price for whatever it is, whether they're doing it for profit or nonprofit. So I'm coming back to what I mentioned earlier, which is just a straight ban. Save us all the time of staff looking at different ways that we can do it and wondering how we might police it or manage it, et cetera, et cetera. So I would prefer at this time to make a substitute motion to have staff come back to a council meeting at their choosing for just a straight ban of the unattended collection boxes.
All right, we have a motion for a ban. Further discussion on that motion, Councilmember LICCARDO.
Yeah, just to clarify, assume that means that the collection centers can continue to operate. Is that right, Councilmember Oliverio, under your motion?
What's the definition of a collection center?
Well, like Goodwill.
Oh, absolutely. These would be the unattended metal boxes that are whatever dimensions there are.
Right. Yeah, as I've been listening here, it just dawns on me that we're spending an enormous amount of staff time on this now and going forward, and it's really apparent to me that our residents would much rather have all that staff time spent on many other things. And I think a very simple solution is probably the most elegant one in this situation.
We've left everybody speechless, which is quite a feat in this group. Councilmember Herrera.
So this means that if there's I'll just say Goodwill, just picking one, has a collection point at a store. I guess those would be attended though mostly. I don't know if Goodwill has unattended ones. Any unattended container would be illegal, would be banned. There'd be. Can I ask Goodwill? Do you have any unattended boxes? Can I ask that of Goodwill?
Mike Fox is here. He can come down and answer that.
Within the city of San Jose, we have no unattended boxes at all. We have 2 boxes at 2 sites in Los Gatos that are at attended donation sites, but they're boxes next to our trailers. We're testing a concept out because sometimes stuff gets left overnight. We're seeing if people will put it in the box. We come up at 4 in the morning, we hit all our boxes, but none in San Jose. We have no unattended boxes in San Jose.
Thank you.
Councilmember KALRA.
Although I appreciate the sentiment of the substitute motion, I think that it's at least worth trying to see, based upon policy as well as practicality, if there can be some system set up where there are options to drop off, whether it be at city facilities like libraries, community centers, or not. Ultimately, after that analysis, before going through a lengthy RFI process, what have you, but that initial analysis, if the determination is ban's the best way to go, if the determination is some other kind of permitting process, I'm certainly all ears to that. But I think that although I do agree that it's probably already taken more staff time than we would have liked, that I want to be sensitive to that, but I think it's worth at least one shot for our staff to come up with some suggestion, and then we can go through this one more time and see if it's worth it or not.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, and I do too appreciate the sentiment expressed by Councilmember Oliverio. But I think that under 2C in our memo, it states that staff can determine when you come back that, you know, if there's a possibility for a ban of these unattended boxes. So, you know, we're giving you options to come back after you do your assessment, your evaluations, your analysis. You come back and say, this is just not worth the time. We're not getting pretty much anything out of this. We're putting too much code enforcement officers out there. We're using a lot of police time. You tell us what is the best way to go. But I think that just a straight up ban or recommendation on a ban today would not serve the city well, would not serve the operators well. And I think that the memo, our memo, will give staff the flexibility and various options. So I hope that my staff would not support, my colleagues would not support the straight up ban today and support the original motion. Thank you.
All right, so we have a substitute motion on the floor, Councilmember Oliverio's motion, which is to ban unattended boxes. If that fails, then we'll come back and have another debate on the motion in chief. Hopefully we're probably done with that too. So on the substitute motion, which is the ban, all in favor? Opposed? I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? That was mostly opposed. I'm not sure what the final count was. It was 2-9, according to the city attorney. All right, back to the main motion in chief made by Vice Mayor Nguyen, which has had a couple of friendly amendments. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count 1 opposed on that. Councilmember Oliverio's opposed. So the motion carries. Concluding our work for today on this one item.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I'm very sorry, I just want to make sure that we understand what the next steps are. So with the approval of the first motion that was on the floor, we are establishing the citywide cap based on the number of applications as of today, and that this is not intended to be a de facto moratorium. It's essentially saying that San Jose can have 14 or whatever the correct, or 18 permits or locations for the boxes, and it can be a rolling 18. So if one drops off, another group can apply. The motion also included additional direction under 2A for analysis per council member Campos in terms of zoning districts and setbacks, et cetera. And then a third friendly amendment regarding labeling, just simply identifying whether or not the entity was profit or nonprofit. So there would be no staff wouldn't have to only give permits to one entity or another, but just clearly at the labeling they would need to. So then I think with all of these, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Doyle, but I think we would consider this to be a first reading, or would you want us to come back?
We'll come back, and I believe June 4th is probably the date we're going to target given calendars.
With a second reading or another?
First reading.
Another first reading.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify on the last amendment also to have the contact information of the owner of the box and the property, just if there are ever blight issues and what have you.
That's already in the draft
Okay, thank you.
ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, so the maker of the motion, the seconder of the motion, the council members agreeing, yes, that you got the right interpretation of what we just did, which is good. Councilor Oliverio.
I just wanted to clarify, are we getting into material, size, color, any of those things?
Not today.
I mean, wouldn't you want to, Laurel? I mean, wouldn't that be a good staff time? Just teasing, thanks.
No, I think we're done for today, hopefully for a while. All right, let's move on to one last item of business, which is item 3.3, a resolution in support of an amendment to the United States Constitution. Councilmember LICCARDO.
Thank you, Mayor. I know there will be significant public comment. I'd simply like to put a motion on the floor, which would be the memorandum bearing yesterday's date with my name, moving for to support a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United in the manner I described, focusing on whether the expenditure of money in a campaign should be regarded as protected free speech on the First Amendment.
Right, we have a motion on the floor. Councilmember LICCARDO's memorandum described in great detail. I do have some folks who want to speak as council members first. Councilmember Constant.
Thank you, Mayor. First, Sam, I appreciate the changes you made to the resolution from the one that was first seen at the Rules Committee. I'll tell you, I'm always leery when we don't have a specific, like in this case, an amendment that we're saying whether we support or not. And I know, if you remember, we had speakers at Rules that their intent in their support of this amendment was much more far-reaching than the money is speech item, and specifically talking about some of the other rights in the Constitution and as they apply to corporations. I'm really concerned that as this moves forward somewhere other than here, that those other issues of the distinction between people and corporations and how that can affect businesses, specifically like those areas that prevent the unlawful search and seizure, due process, a lot of those rights that I hope everyone up here agrees are protections that our companies and corporations should have. And I know your resolution is silent on that, and I'm sure your silence, correct me if I'm wrong, is your silence is because you don't support those things. What I would hope is that if there's a way we can be more specific so that it's known as this goes forward, if this constitutional amendment there's actually an amendment that's out there that has some of these other areas in it, it doesn't appear that this council endorses or approves something that is much broader, because I really worry about some of the intents I've heard from people who are just really after the anti-corporate part versus the money equals speech part. So I don't know if you have any willingness to be a little more explicit in our expectation that businesses will be afforded the right of not having unlawful search and seizure, due process, all of those other things that I think most people would agree are good restrictions to place on government.
Yeah, I was intentionally silent on that issue, and I know we've had a lot of conversations as well as with the community, mostly because, frankly, it's been a couple decades since my constitutional law class in law school, and it is hard for me to imagine all of the unintended consequences that come about. So I wasn't really eager to go there. It seems to me that I would still rather leave it silent. I think it's pretty explicit about what our position is without delving into those issues, and I would simply rather leave it that way. I can appreciate your concern that it could be misused or misconstrued, but I would suspect that that could happen no matter what anyway. Anyone will see that this is essentially a resolution to try to overturn Citizens United in some related cases, and anyone can read it in all kinds of ways until they're forced to actually read the text.
Okay, we know far too often people don't actually read the text. So I'm leaving for other reasons because I need to be somewhere. I really didn't expect this meeting to go so long today. But just for the record, I would oppose it just based on those grounds, that I really think we need to be far more explicit. So those are the specific reasons. And then in general, you guys all know about my concerns about resolutions that don't directly affect the operations of this city as an organization. So with that, I oppose, but I'm not going to vote against it because I'm not going to be here.
Councilor KHAMIS.
Yes, I too have some misgivings, not because I wouldn't like to see money away from politics so much. I think there's far too much money in politics, and one can only look at Rose's campaign, for example, and see that there is too much money being spent by special interest groups in politics. I have no problem with actually supporting an actual congressional resolution or congressional amendment, but there is none before us. This is just an item that we're discussing amongst ourselves. There's no congressman here advocating for such a thing. In fact, I read the League of Women Voters. They sent an email today saying that we're not supporting anything. We haven't seen anything that we liked yet being proposed in Congress. And I also want to remind my colleagues, if we want to overturn the Supreme Court, we have to have 2/3 of Congress vote for something. We can't get 2/3 of Congress to vote for our budget. So I don't know that we can actually accomplish this as well. Then we also have, after they get done, they have to have 2/3 of the states ratify it, but that's a small step. In any case, I will not be voting for something that I don't understand what we're voting on. So I don't think that we have any solid congressional leadership willing to champion something, and until we do, I'm not going to vote on anything.
Councilor KALRA.
Well, first of all, I understand the position some folks take that not to vote on things that doesn't affect the operations of the city, but actually this is more important even than the operation of the city. It's the operation of our democracy. And, you know, our city and the residents in our city are reliant on a democracy that represents them. And it's not very complicated what's being put forward here. And quite frankly, the capacity for our Congress or the capacity for our national leaders to act oftentimes takes grassroots, local jurisdictions, local level action. And really, you know, the Move to Amend and other folks that have been involved with this grassroots effort are trying to build that momentum. And it takes leadership from jurisdictions like ours, from state leaders, from federal leaders that are willing to step forward to make it happen. Without that, it won't happen. And we can guarantee that Citizens United will continue to be the law of the land based upon the Supreme Court action. And it's been roundly, Citizens United at the very least, has been roundly criticized by anyone and everyone that believes in a democracy that works for the people. And so I do want, and I'm going to do, I was going to kind of wait, and because I know that, and I think it was more at the staff level. Our staffs were all talking with each other, with Councilor LICCARDO and ROCHA and what have you. And so I do know that, as Councilor LICCARDO articulated, that he wasn't comfortable putting some language up regarding a statement regarding corporations and whether they're to consider people or not. I'm going to ask. I'm not going to make an amendment right now. I think I'll wait at least for the public to speak, but I at least want to give all of you a benefit of what I brought here, so at least you can have it with you. And so I can have, yeah, thank you, Tony. If I can have the clerk pass out a copy, and then what this is it's the exact word for word, essentially, of the two first whereas sections. Keep in mind, it doesn't change the resolution, because the resolution goes to the Citizens United case. But it's the same two whereases that exist in the United States Conference of Mayors resolution that they passed. So this is not some fringe group. It's not some radical group, one side or the other. This is a relatively moderate group that included this as part of their resolution this past year when they voted on this in Florida. I'm not going to make an amendment right now. I do want to have the benefit of listening to the public, and then have all of you have the benefit of at least, because I know some of my colleagues that were in the Brown Act had the benefit of having this discussion, but others haven't. So I'll leave it at that, Mayor, and may have further comment after the public speaks.
Councilmember Herrera.
Yeah, I want to thank Councilmember Liccardo and Councilmember KALRA for bringing this forward, and I do like this language better than the previous language, which deleted the reference to corporations. I strongly think we need to do something about overturning Citizens United, and yes, we're not Congress. Our scope is limited, but I think it needs to start wherever it can start, from cities, counties, neighborhoods, wherever, to start sending a message that to our Congress that we want to overturn this. It's had a terrible impact on our elections. We only need to look at, I guess, local elections as well as our presidential election in terms of the unprecedented amount of money that's been put into these elections and coming from many times from one individual that can have a very large impact or potentially a large impact and really thwart the whole aim of our democracy. So I think it's really important that we take a stand on it. And I like the language that's there. I don't know that I'd want to see it modified, but I would be very supportive of what I see in front of me here. Thank you.
Councilmember Oliverio.
Thank you, Mayor Reed. As I've said before, I appreciate or admire the energy and zeal of my colleagues that come forward to the council with these types of items, and the eloquence of my colleague, Councilmember KALRA, and ladies and gentlemen that are in the audience, that I know you're passionate about this issue. And I know as yesterday, perhaps, I was listening to the news, and they were talking about the city of San Jose taking up this item, and they said, you know, this isn't Santa Cruz, this isn't San Francisco or Berkeley, it's San Jose. And those are particularly the items that I've, for a long time now, dating back to when I just started the council, were thought items that should not be before the council because they're not part of how the charter and the things that, you know, were, in my view, just my view, and I'll let my colleagues have theirs because I respect their opinions. But, you know, that's been my stance all along, so I wouldn't be able to support this item today, even though I might inherently agree with all the arguments being made. And my only question to the city attorney, since we're, you know, sort of putting our name on something to amend the Constitution, I think the other question is, though, do we as a city, could we sue an entity in a way that would be able to then eventually rise as the Supreme Court to challenge the existing law of the land from the Supreme Court, the way you understand it? I mean, how is it, because, you know, cases via the Supreme Court decisions change policies over time. Could a case go forward to the court that would eventually change the outcome?
Yes, and we had a case, the Chamber of Commerce case challenging our independent expenditures limit, very similar, that went to the Ninth Circuit, was reversed, then went back to state court. But theoretically, we ended up stopping the fight at a certain point. But that's the type of case that if we enacted an ordinance that said, thou shalt not, it could work its way up the court system. And if the Supreme Court, which has discretion, decided to hear the case, then it could go before the court. And there's other vehicles as well.
And I guess a negative consequence to the city would just be attorney time, devoting ourselves to a project like that.
Depending on the case, attorney time and potentially liability for attorney's fees if it's a constitutional case.
And which would be
if you
more
lose,
problematic.
Yeah,
more problematic. Okay, well, thank you, City Attorney, and again, thank my colleagues.
Let's take some public testimony. There are folks here who want to speak. Please come on down when I call your name. Aaron Resendez, John Fioretta, Tom Shaw, Brian Carr. I think Mr. Resendez is no longer here, so John Fioretta would be our first speaker.
Mr. Mayor, what's our time limit?
Your time limit is 2 minutes,
Okay,
although you're going to lose a quorum by 6 o'clock probably, so
Okay.
there's multiple limits here.
Thank you. My name is John Fioretta. I'm a retired prosecutor from here in Santa Clara County. I'm a move to amend member. The existing system of campaign finance is corrupt because it makes candidates and office holders dependent on large contributors instead of the people. This dependency results in policy and politicians who do what large donors want, not what the people want and need. Witness the gridlock in Washington. The Supreme Court Citizens United case effectively removed any limits on campaign contributions. The result? The people's voice is drowned out. We feel powerless and are discouraged from political participation. The one remedy we have is to amend the Constitution to overturn the Supreme Court's erroneous rulings stating that money is speech and cannot be limited per the First Amendment. We seek a level playing field where wealthy and average citizens alike are judged by the persuasiveness of their policies and not the content of their checkbooks. Subsequent speakers will address the corporate constitutional rights issue already alluded to. Thank you very much.
Tom Shaw, Brian Carr, Gerald Hunt.
Mayor and Council, Citizens United was one of a series of cases in which the Supreme Court assumed that corporations have constitutional rights. That's important because the U.S. Constitution never mentions corporations. But the Supreme Court, in a series of decisions, has given constitutional rights to corporations, declared that our laws violated the corporation's constitutional rights, and then struck down our laws. Therefore, we need to include in our amendment a provision that restores the original meaning of the Constitution, that only people are endowed with constitutional rights. If we add this provision to the Constitution, corporations will continue to have the legal powers that they have under statute, such as the ability to form contracts, to own property, and to otherwise conduct their business. But by adding this provision to the Constitution, we'll stop the federal courts from using the purported constitutional rights of corporations to strike down our democratically enacted laws.
Brian Carr, Gerald Hunt, Frederick Rehauser.
Good afternoon. I'm here with the Move to Men group and also for the Loma Prieta chapter of the Sierra Club, which supports the resolution. I'd like to quickly give you examples of how the extension of constitutional rights to corporations has affected people, and I understand that's not in the resolution before you today, but there have been comments and it should be addressed. In the Amistake case in Vermont, the legislature there passed a law requiring labeling of bovine growth hormone in milk. That's a substance that's been banned in the European Union, associated with cancer, associated with antibiotic-resistant bacteria. The court held that that requirement, that the people know what's in their food, violated the First Amendment rights of that corporation and throughout the law. In Massachusetts, in the Lorillard case, the legislature passed a law saying no cigarette advertising within 1,000 feet of a schoolyard. Once again, it was thrown out as a violation of the tobacco company's First Amendment rights, apparently which took precedence over the right of the parents to protect their children. In Idaho, the Fourth Amendment was held to require a search warrant for ocean inspections. So it's getting more and more difficult to do ocean inspections. I think you're all aware of what happened in West Texas, where there hadn't been an ocean inspection since 1985. So if we want to deal with this issue, we have to do more than just address money as speech and Citizens United. We need to pass a resolution, and it starts at the grassroots, in order to stop the erosion of human rights. I ask you to remember that the extension of constitutional rights to corporations has resulted in a serious and very real reduction in the rights of human beings. Thank you.
Gerald Hunt, Frederick Rehauser, Kerry Hamilton.
Good afternoon, Mayor Reed and Council. I'm a retired CPA, and the Citizens United decision has resulted in a flood of independent expenditures, spending that threatens to swamp even local elections. The mayor recognized this in his August 8th memo, 2012 memo to the Rules Committee. It sought to refer the issue of what are appropriate voluntary expenditure and contribution limits to the elections commissions. Why? Because total independent expenditures in the District 8 primary election exceeded the total amount spent by all the candidates. The memo also stated that San Jose residents had to be concerned about the undue or improper influence of independent expenditure committees until Citizens United is reversed or a constitutional amendment is adopted. Many other local governments agree, and as the next speaker will explain.
Frederick Rayhauser, Kerry Hamilton, Bruce Preville.
My name is Fred Rayhauser. I'm retired high-tech executive, and I want to talk about the support for the resolution. Resolutions advocating amendments to the U.S. Constitution overturning Citizens United have been introduced or passed in 30 states, in more than 280 cities and towns nationwide. In California, San Francisco, Oakland, Los Angeles, San Diego have passed resolutions. Locally, Campbell, Los Altos Hills, and Mountain View has also passed resolutions. There's been strong evidence of bipartisan support for an amendment to overturn the resolution. The Pew Research Center have found that Republicans, Democrats, and Independents who have heard about Citizens United believe by almost a 4-to-1 margin that this ruling is having a negative effect on our government. This is a movement that has legs, and it's time for San Jose to consider this.
Kerry Hamilton, Bruce Preville, Herb Engstrom.
Good afternoon, Kerry Hamilton for Santa Clara County Move to Amend also. I just wanted to emphasize that our proposed resolutions are not anti-business and they're not anti-corporate. We believe that the current state of things and the escalation of the findings that assign constitutional rights meant for human beings to corporations has led to not only reduced rights for human beings, but bad business climate in many places throughout the country. The current state of things gives most of the power to the largest, oldest corporations such as big oil, big financial organizations. We can't maintain laws if we can't maintain, for instance, basic financial regulations. We saw what happened recently with the economy, and we've got additional issues that I believe are going to be coming forward, unfortunately. Taxpayers are still subsidizing oil companies in this country. Why is that? That impacts our ability to protect public health and our environment. And we are a city that has a green vision. And we need to take a stand to protect what's left of our country and make a statement that that we care and we understand that our ability to pass and maintain laws is at stake. Thank you very much.
Bruce Preville, Herb Engstrom, Spencer Graves.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Bruce Preville. I'm a member and founder of Dream Menders and of the local Root Strikers chapter. I support passage of both resolutions being discussed. I want to specifically address the issue of why is this so important right now? Anonymous, unlimited political giving by moneyed interests is warping our democracy, sacrificing the public good for private gain. This corruptive influence has led many Americans across the political spectrum to experience a deep sense of powerlessness in our public lives and limited fulfillment in our personal lives, where we too often have encountered people who have internalized the me first syndrome of our warped competitive marketplace. Donor influence also undermines the functioning of a free market by pushing policies and regulations that diminish competition or unfairly benefit particular firms, organizations, or ultra-rich individuals. As Abraham Lincoln said, the struggle of today is not altogether for today, it's for a vast future also. Thank you.
Herb Engstrom, Spencer Graves, Craig Dinkerly.
Hi, I'm Herb Engstrom, resident of San Jose and representing the California Clean Money
campaign, which has been working for public financing of campaigns for many years. State Senator Lonnie Hancock has been a supporter of public financing, and she made an interesting statement once. She said, "There are many honest, dedicated, hardworking legislators among her colleagues in Sacramento, but they are all, everyone, including herself, trapped in a very corrupt system due to the necessity of raising private funds from lobbyists representing special interests, all of whom have an agenda, often not in the interests of the public." The Citizens United decisions has made public financing of elections nearly impossible. It is time for all of us, and that means all of you on the City Council, to get behind a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United. Yes, it will be difficult. That is why you need to do this. Thank you.
Spencer Graves, Craig Dunkerley, and then Conrad Minsall.
Thank you very much. I'm Spencer Graves. I live in Councilman Oliverio's District 6. I wish to convey the support of San Jose root strikers for the City Council resolution supporting constitutional amendments stating that money is not speech and the corporations are not people. Harvard Law professor Lawrence Lessig says that the corrupting influence of money in politics must be reduced before we can make progress on any of the other vital issues facing the nation. His root strikers organized a national conference to restore the Republic on April 20th with a turnout of roughly 500 folk. At the conference, David Cobb, founder of Move to Amend, described the need for a constitutional amendment declaring that money is not speech and corporations are not people. This is an important step, I believe, and we believe in the right direction. We need corporations. We do not need major corporations getting special privileges from government subsidized by taxes on small businesses and individuals. Thank you.
Craig Dunkerley, Conrad Minchell, Alejandro Quinones.
Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak. I'm here representing, as president of the Santa Clara County Democratic Club. It's long been for over a decade, it's been our club's goal to minimize and mitigate the influence of private money in politics. I think my colleagues have expounded on that quite well. One of the questions that arose from Councilman Oliverio was whether or not this was really related to or relevant to the San Jose City Council or something appropriate for you to take up. I would submit that it is. I'm sure that's no surprise to you. For this reason, there are many of the reason that the city of the mayor's referral to the Rules Committee about what to do about independent expenditures, any number of other examples, why the city of San Jose is not able to regulate independent expenditures. Why can't they regulate campaign donations? Why can't they do any number of other things that would be to the benefit of all the citizens of San Jose and that would cause there to be more fair and open elections in San Jose? It's because of court decisions like Citizens United, like Buckley versus Vallejo. So these things directly affect San Jose, and it's entirely appropriate for the city of San Jose to consider a resolution like this. I would even submit that it is our duty as citizens of the United States. You know, we're all citizens of the United States, and we, the people, have to do something about changing these rules. Whether or not the actual thing that ends up happening as a consequence of this resolution is indeed a constitutional amendment like the one referenced in the resolution, I don't think is entirely the point. The point is we need to raise our voices as we, the people of the United States. And
sorry, your time is up.
For the 10th largest city in the United States to do that would be a big.
Your time is up. Conrad Minchall, Alejandro Quinones, Norman Klein.
Say when. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Conrad Minchall. I'm not anti-corporate. I'm retired from IBM and Apple Computer. If I look familiar, it's because I was here just last month opposing a drive-through. Canvassing on that issue, I found it easier to get contact info if I didn't mention McDonald's. Mentioning McDonald's got people saying the cause was hopeless. And, you know, they say that you can't fight City Hall. Well, the attitude I found is you can't fight a giant multinational. So that says something about attitudes in this country that are disempowering people and creating more voter apathy. You know? So my libertarian friends, they say we live in a crony capitalist nation. I'm coming to agree with that. And I think that the ongoing undermining of campaign finance is central to the problem. So these resolutions, I think, are an important step towards a constitutional amendment, an amendment which will shift attitudes about politicians being bought and paid for, an amendment that is strongly favored in polling of human persons. And finally, I want to say that this is how amendments happen to the Constitution. Cities, counties, and states take positions. That's what you're being called on to do. Thank you.
Alejandro Quinones, Norman Klein, Harvey Sachs.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Alejandro Quinones. I'm a combat veteran, 2 tours of Vietnam. But more than that, I'm a grandfather and a great-grandfather. And as I recall, 40 years ago or 50 years ago maybe, when my father was still alive, he was very proud to vote for city council members, for state. I mean, we went to the polls because these were the people that were making the decisions that affected our lives. Okay? And now I find out when I look at my grandchildren, and I'm a care provider for a granddaughter and a great-granddaughter, I don't know. I have a lot of fear because I see that the kids nowadays are going to live in a very different world than what I came up in. Okay? We have corporations that stating that they are people, and we have Supreme Courts that are making decisions that are going to affect the future generations of this country. That are we not to be listened to any longer as the people because we don't have the monies that corporations have to get their points across, or are we going to allow corporations to become our governors? Anyway, my name is Alejandro, and I love my country, but I see my country spiraling into an abyss that I don't know what's going to happen. But I know it can be arrested if we stop this corporate nonsense that corporate people are persons. Corporate entities are persons. They are not. I'm a person, you're a person, we're going to die. A corporation is infinite, or can be. I am not, and my grandchildren need to have a country that they can live in and recognize that they are their opportunities.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Norman Klein, Harvey Sachs, Pablo Guinness.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Norman Klein, representing today Common Cause National and the state of California. I'm also a corporate business owner, and so I'm a businessman. For 40 years, Common Cause has worked to bring honest, open, accountable government to the nation. Common Cause commends the City Council and the Move to Amend organization for bringing this resolution that addresses a very serious threat to our democracy. Now, I wouldn't go as far as Teddy Roosevelt did when he quoted, or I'll quote him, "Let us prohibit in any effective fashion all corporations from making contributions for any political purpose, directly or indirectly." We won't go that far. But the Supreme Court really got it wrong this time in concluding that an artificial entity, which only exists due to us allowing through state charters its rights to exist, to be able to have unlimited amounts of general treasury funds to advance its political ideas, even if it's not agreed upon by its own shareholders or customers. At least 7 previous amendments to the Constitution have been overrun by the citizens making amendments that the Supreme Court has basically misjudged on. The Constitution empowers the people of the United States to amend its Constitution when it sees wrong. You as legislators have taken an oath to that Constitution this is more than appropriate for you to actually take a stand on this particular issue. This grassroots movement that you see before us today is exactly what the founding fathers envisioned when they put the amendment process in the fact. The fact is that this process, you see it before us all across the country, not only did they envision this, but it has already been done many, many times in the past history. We've seen cities, counties, local jurisdictions rise up and give voices, whether it's about apartheid or it's about Amendment 25, they give the right for 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, and 20-year-olds to vote. This is the process that amends the Constitution. It doesn't start at the Congress level and they come out with
Your
particular
time is
wording.
up.
Thank you very much.
Harvey Sachs, Pablo Guinness, Emil de Guzman.
Mayor, council people, I'm not a lawyer, I'm a doctor. I've been in this area, I've lived in San Jose for a while, I've been practicing here for decades. One of these days, maybe I'll get it right. I've seen thousands of people in my offices as patients. Can't tell you how many, but this I can tell you. Every one of the people who have come into my office had a heart, had emotions. I'm going to use a religious word. They've had souls. I can't tell you what a soul is, can't measure it with a laboratory test, can't tell you if it's immortal or not, but I can see it and I can see when it's hurting. Corporations. Well, why don't I not belabor the obvious about what corporations do not have and just remind you that a corporation is a fictitious person and as such is not entitled to the rights we have. This decision by the Supreme Court is perhaps the worst decision since the Dred Scott decision, which required a war and a constitutional amendment to overturn. This one's just going to require a constitutional amendment. A couple of the council members have expressed reservations. What if we end up gutting corporations? Think it through. Not going to happen. Corporations bring jobs. No one's going to want to scare them away. Other council people have said, I don't understand what this means. I'll tell you what this means. This means standing up and saying, don't be stupid. Don't call a piece of paper a human being. If you know human beings, and I assume all of you do, maybe not as intimately as I know some of them, but if you know human beings, you know a corporation isn't, and it is incumbent on all of us to say so. Thank you for your time.
Pablo Guinness, Emil de Guzman, and then Ross Signorino.
Hello, I'm Pablo Guinness. I'm a resident of the city of San Jose. I've been a small startup founder, an international software developer for a major company in the area. I'm a father of 2 adult sons who I work very hard to ensure that they have a future. And I'd like to speak to you from a political standpoint. Since 2008, I've spent a lot of my time on organization. And civil service is tough, and I thank you for doing it. The political calculus here, I think, is pretty simple. It's true you don't have the power to make this happen. Things happen as an upswell from the grassroots. The citizens of San Jose want this. They don't think that corporations are people. And it has to go through you because you are a voice. From you, it goes to counties, to states. Eventually something happens. It may not be in the exact same words that we talk about today. This is not, like some misrepresented, about being hostile to business in any way. This is really about the power of giant corporations to influence our discourse, our democracy. Our democracy and our votes are for citizens. If someone's not a citizen, they don't get to vote. A corporation can have a majority of their stock held by foreign entities. Do we want them controlling what happens because it's in their best interest? So, your voice. This is all upside. There's no political downside to this. The mom and pop hardware store may be incorporated, but it's not about them. They're threatened by the giant corporation that will strong-arm our democracy. In the process, that amount of money flowing in will also make your power moot. And we don't want that usurped because we've entrusted you to exercise it. So I'm here to ask you to please do that and approve this. Thank you.
Emil de Guzman, Ross Signorino. Mr. Signorino, go ahead.
I am a lover of the Constitution of the United States of America. I am a lover of the United States Supreme Court. But in this particular case, this thing that they pulled, saying that corporations can put all the money they want and they don't have to say where it comes from and not be responsible, that I take great exception to. I will not surrender my freedom of speech to a corporation. We need to overturn this thing that the United States Supreme Court put into action. I think what you're doing here is bringing it to the attention, even at this level, which it has no basis in law, but even so at this level, bring this to the attention of people throughout the United States, even here in San Jose. I think that we should organize and say to the United States Supreme Court, this is one time I believe you are incorrect, with other times you might have been incorrect and overturned. This is another one that has to be overturned by the will of the people to the United States Supreme Court and say, hey, this, you are out of line. I want my freedom back, my freedom of speech.
That concludes the public testimony. It's now time for council debate and decision. Let me say that it's nearly 5:30. I need to leave in about 3 minutes to go to a community budget meeting. Councilor CAMIS is already gone, and that'll leave the 6 of you, and you can go as late as you want, but you're going to have to be unanimous. I am prepared to support Councilor LICCARDO's motion. I would not support any changes as Councilor KALRA has indicated, and so, you know, but you have to go. I'm committed. I've got to kick off the meeting, so we can debate as long as we want, but I'm going to leave soon. So.
Okay, Mayor, in the interest of time then, and just given the fact that the resolution before us today is not the one that was originally drafted, I know there were concerns from the Rules Committee, and what was removed was the contention that only human beings and not corporations are endowed with rights protected by the First Amendment of the Constitution. I'm not suggesting to add another resolution, which is the actual action, but I am going to make an amendment to add these two whereases, which are the same ones that are used by the Conference of Mayors, really to address the ridiculous notion that corporations are people. Corporations have rights and protections human beings don't have, and to also entitle them to rights that human beings do have is not something I believe should be contemplated by the Constitution. So I'll make an amendment to add that, and we can do a quick vote of whoever's here and go from there.
We have a Councilor LICCARDO has the motion.
That's a motion, correct?
It's a move to amend.
It's a request for a friendly amendment, I believe.
Yeah, and I'd like to respectfully decline. Let's have a vote.
No, it's actually a motion. It's Rick. Yeah. I can make a motion.
Oh, you're making a motion.
Yeah, so we can vote just on the amendment.
That's what I expected. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the friendly amendment is not accepted. You're making a motion to amend the amendment. And there's a second.
Okay.
Right, so we have a motion to amend the amendment on the floor. Further discussion on that? On that motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I count 1 opposed, 2, 3 opposed, Herrera, Nguyen, and Reed opposed, so that amendment fails. Back to the main motion, which is the one made earlier by Councilmember LICCARDO based on his memorandum. On that motion, all in favor? Opposed? I count none opposed, motion is approved. Last item is the open forum. I think there are no requests to speak on the open forum. We're adjourned.